This 11 minutes past 10, so we are nearly perfect in time. A cordial welcome to our three keynote speakers that we will have in this session in a few minutes. Dr. Denis Tolkac, Carmen Mentil, and Xenia Gavrilova. Cordial welcome. Also a cordial welcome to you participants. Before we jump into and start some organizational remarks, we have 40 minutes per keynote, including questions and discussion. So I would allow myself to give you, the speakers, a short signal after 25 minutes so that we have some more time to discuss questions from the participants to your presentation. And the participants, you are cordially invited to post your questions in the chat. So you as speakers might want to answer them immediately, or we can collect these questions and discuss them all after your presentation. And of course, you can also then ask your questions via the microphone. So, but now let us directly jump in, and let me welcome our first honored keynote speaker, Dr. Denis Tolkac. Denis is a senior lecturer in tourism and hospitality management at the James Cook University in Cairns. He has various publications in top tourism journals, and Denis is an expert for community-based tourism, nature-based tourism, and sustainability. And we will hear his input now on traditional knowledge in management of natural environment and tourism.
And not getting it.
Please, Denis,
and not listening, but they will figure it out. I posted the message in the... Okay, now I need to make my presentation. Yeah. Because I'm still not ready. Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy, can you mute your microphone?
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Thank you for your introduction, Georg, hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening to me, because I'm located in Australia. And yeah, today I would like to talk about the traditional knowledge and management of natural environment and tourism. So it's a topic that I haven't directly been researching, but it's connected to other topics that I've done research on, as Georg mentioned, related to the community-based tourism and natural tourism and the sustainability. And where I'm located in Cairns, we have two very important ecosystems here that are protected. It's Great Barrier Reef and also the wet tropics. Wet tropics is the oldest rainforest on the planet. And so I hope you can see the slides okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay, good. So I would like to start my presentation by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which I live and work. And these are Yuriganji people. They are traditional custodians of this land north of Cairns. I also would like to acknowledge Jabugai, Gimui, Walabara, and Yidinji, and Gunganji people of broader Cairns region. And I'd like to pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. And I also would like to extend this respect to any indigenous people that may be present today with us. So, as I mentioned, where I live is two important ecosystems that are protected. They are designated by the UNESCO World Heritage as the World Heritage areas, wet tropics and Great Barrier Reef. And they form the primary tourism asset here. And actually, if you look around the world, you will notice that one of the major attractions for tourists is the natural assets. And most of them are also designated as protected areas or the conservation areas. And those are various national parks, reserves, and other areas that are designated for conservation and preservation. And on these lands, we have different types of tourism, such as nature-based tourism, ecotourism, wildlife tourism, which will place different emphasis. Some may be focusing on the wildlife that you can interact or view. Others, like ecotourism, besides the natural environment, also contain the importance of the cultural asset within the location. And the management of protected areas is quite a complex issue. It typically involves multi-stakeholder collaboration because it's governments who traditionally designate protected areas, and they create laws by which the management is done. There are also international and non-government organizations involved, and these organizations collect information about protected areas. They provide the advocacy for setting up new areas. They also, in some instances, directly manage protected areas. Tourism sector, tourism industry obviously plays an important role because most national parks have the double function. One is the conservation of nature, but another one is the recreation. And visitors, of course, they are very important because depending on their behavior, and as Professor Buchalis was mentioning, over-tourism is not just the problem of many people traveling, but it's about management of the locality. And so visitors are important stakeholders. Depending on how they behave, the impact on the protected area or any locality will vary. And so there is, of course, this contradiction between the two functions of protected areas. One is conservation, so you want to preserve the natural assets in the pristine way. But on the other hand, it also has the recreation mandate, and so people visit it, and these different agencies, government, non-government organizations, and private sector create facilities and alter the natural environment for visitation. And this complexity is ongoing and continues to create challenges for the management of tourism in natural environments. Paul Eagles, professor from Canada, published in 2014, 10 research priorities for park tourism. And if you look at these 10 priorities, you can see that these issues, these challenges, remain even now, despite 7 years passing from that publication. And some of the important issues here are related to the lack of resources for effective protected area management. These issues are related to the lack of funding, so financial resources, but also human resources, the ability to effectively manage and have enough manpower and to manage protected areas. Some of these issues are also related to the interaction between the different stakeholders I mentioned. So government issues the permits for tour operators to operate within parks. But what is the optimal regulation for tour operators is a challenging issue, and it varies depending on the circumstances of the park. If you look at the Great Barrier Reef, we have the levy that is imposed on tour operators. So all the boats going to the reef have to pay directly a levy, which is on top of the tickets, the tourist tickets. And so there is a need for ongoing innovation and evolution of the park governance and park management. And this topic is also very important for the region in which I am located. So if you can see my arrow, I live on the top east corner of Australia, that's Cairns in the tropics. Not sure what's the weather in Germany, Austria, in Europe now. We have 30 degrees, it's early spring. And actually the region is very diverse. So if we look at this region, we have a large country, reasonably large, Australia in terms of the territory, but by population it only has 25 million people. New Zealand, which is kind of the second largest, and it could be considered part of Polynesia because the native people of New Zealand are Maori people, which are Polynesian people. And then we have also Melanesia, Polynesia, and Micronesia. And the tourist assets that these destinations possess are varied significantly. And people come to the region mostly because of its climate and because of the uniqueness of its natural environment. Yeah, the Great Barrier Reef is the largest ecosystem. It's the largest coral reef in the world. The Daintree rainforest, which I mentioned before, is the oldest rainforest in the world. There are a lot of other endemic species. Of course, if you think about Australia, you think about kangaroos and koalas, but these are also present around the region. Penguins in the south of Australia and in New Zealand. There are snow-capped mountains also in Australia and New Zealand. And there are volcanoes, coral reefs, and other animals, birds of paradise in Papua New Guinea, for example. But also cultural assets attract visitors here. The rich cultures of the Aboriginal people of Australia, Torres Strait Islanders, Maori people in New Zealand, and different Melanesian, Micronesian, and Polynesian people of the Pacific. So it's quite a challenging environment in which protection of natural assets and also of cultural assets is really important. If we look at the visitation before COVID, you can see that actually quite a lot of countries have been reliant on tourism. And so these past 2 years have been very challenging for not just the tourism industry, but for the national development, for the social and economic development of countries in the region. So you can see that, for example, Palau is really highly dependent on tourism, as is Samoa, Vanuatu, and Fiji. For Australia, the importance of tourism is not as significant, but still third or fourth largest export industry for the country, but at least it has natural resources on which it can rely, such as mining coal, iron, and other minerals. But many of the smaller countries, such as Fiji, don't have these natural resources, and their geography limits them from developing a very diversified economy. You can also see that the natural environment in Oceania is quite important. There is lack of pollution because much of the region is not industrialized, but there is also a lack of the traditional terrestrial and marine protected areas because people live on the islands, and the islands are small, and you can't really use the traditional national park system where you cannot have any exploitative human activities in the park, because then you just run out of the land. And there are also these conflicts between some industries, like mining and tourism or logging and tourism. That's also important for countries like Papua New Guinea or the Solomons. Agriculture and tourism, there's a lot of debates what leads to the higher detriment of natural environment, the agriculture or the tourism, and fishing. Overfishing is also a big problem in the region. And so some countries are deciding, should we develop tourism or should we sell licenses to fish for overseas commercial fishing? And as I mentioned in the beginning, the lack of resources, the financial and human resources, is the problem also for the region. And the traditional national parks and reserves may not be appropriate for small islands and even in Australian or New Zealand context. And so there has been an ongoing search for innovative solution that can help better manage both visitation to natural areas of the region, but also to contribute to conservation. And so one of such discussions or such themes on how to evolve protected area governance and management was through engaging with the traditional knowledge and management of parks by the traditional owners, the native people of the region. And so increasingly, you can see that indigenous concepts, knowledge, methods are used for conservation. And I will talk about these 5 examples: the protected area land tenure and co-management, use of indigenous concepts in design and governance of protected areas, local community managed conservation, tourism businesses as guardians of the environment, and tourists themselves as guardians of the environment. And I will show an example for each of these from different countries in the region. So first we'll start with Australia, and right here where I'm located, so Cairns is in the top right corner, bottom right corner of this picture. The Cape York Peninsula, the large peninsula at the top of the country, is being converted into Cape York Peninsula Aboriginal land. So a lot of land rights are being converted from either the state or the settlers in the region back to the traditional owners. So where you see the dark areas on the map is where the ownership of the land is passed back to the traditional owners. And that's a lot of land. As you can see, it's 5.2 million hectares in total. And the idea is to create on all this vast land one pretty much park, Cape York Peninsula Aboriginal land. And parks, protected areas within this land will be managed jointly by the Aboriginal communities and the Queensland Parks and Wildlife Service, which represents the government. In Australia, it's a bit interesting. Most of the land, including what's called national parks, are actually managed by the states, not by the federal government or the Commonwealth government, as we call it. And part of this transition is also creating new tourism opportunities for the Aboriginal communities. So training them as tour guides, creating appropriate products and tourism management plans, and creating this transition from the state managing the protected areas to the traditional owners managing both conservation and the visitation to the protected areas. And you can see how this has been evolving through the changes in the content and also presentation of the management plans. So this is the Deggendorf National Park management plan. And at the bottom here, you can see that it has been prepared together between the Queensland government, the state in which Cairns is located, and Jabalbina Aboriginal Corporation, which is the land manager for the native lands in the Deggendorf National Park. It also includes the language of the native population, which is Kuku-Yalanji people. So you can see here Kuku-Yalanji Bubu and Jalan. Bubu is land and Jalan is sea. So it tries to also implement and retain these cultural notions. And within the management plan also, it emphasizes that the traditional knowledge of the Kuku-Yalanji people will be used for various purposes, for example, for pest control or for fire management. Another interesting example, which is used more for the advocacy of the protected areas, is in Cook Islands. So Cook Islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, pretty much. And a few years ago, Cook Islands created Marai Moana Marine Park, which covers all of its exclusive economic zone. So all of the sea that belongs to Cook Islands. So it's really a huge initiative. But the local residents were quite hesitant about creating a protected area because they rely on fishing. So they were concerned about to what extent the fishing will be a constraint for them. And there had to be a lot of advocacy in terms of the explanation of zoning within protected areas. And using traditional language, traditional concepts helps to explain the significance of the protected areas and helps communicate between different stakeholders. In the creation of the Marai Moana, there was involvement from the government, from the House of Ariki, which is the House of the Chiefs of Cook Islands, NGOs and private sector. Marai means sacred in Maori language, and Moana is ocean. So it's literally sacred ocean. So references to the traditional concepts here. From the large scale, let's go to the small scale. And in Fiji, for example, it's the local communities that have the power. So they're empowered to look after their resources. And in some of the villages, you can see that it's actually the local villages that look after their coastal areas. And when I visited one of these villages, Watulalai, I saw the village chief was telling tourists that they cannot go into the sea at that spot, which we were passing, because it's a taboo. The coral reef that is coming close to the beach there is being restored. And then back to Cook Islands, we also have the advocacy from the government, from the Cook Islands Tourism Board to tourism industry. So they created Kiorana values. Kiorana means hello. And these aim at improving the service quality of the small businesses, small tourism businesses, but also reminding the local tourism businesses that they should take guardianship over the land. So the problem in Cook Islands has been that some people create small businesses and they don't really care about how their small businesses, their guest houses are affecting the natural environment. And so reminding them of the traditional concept of mana tiaki. Tiaki means guardianship, being custodian of the land is important. And you place the responsibility on the industry for taking care of the environment. Okay. Just 2 years ago, on the basis of these values, Cook Islands also created an eco-certification. Interestingly, in New Zealand and in Cook Islands, both countries speak Maori language. It's a little bit different language, but you can see that New Zealand also came up with the concept of tiaki to advocating responsible travel. But in contrast to Cook Islands, in New Zealand, the tiaki promise is used for tourists. So tourists that come to New Zealand should pledge that they will take care and will be responsible tourists while they are in the country. So again, it's referring to the traditional concept of the Maori people, tiaki being the guardians of the land. But in this case, it says, well, tourists, you directly are responsible for being the guardians of the land and being responsible in the way you travel around New Zealand. Okay. So in summary, I would like to conclude here that there are many protected areas that have competing agendas, conservation and recreation, and there is a need for ongoing evolution and innovation in terms of the governance and management of protected areas. There is lack of resources and limitation of typical governance modes that require this innovation. Increasingly, traditional indigenous concepts and knowledge are used in conservation and tourism in Oceania, and we can see it really progressing quite rapidly in this past decade. Appealing to traditional concepts helps not only manage or govern protected areas, but also advocate it to different stakeholders. But it should not be assumed that use of traditional concepts and knowledge automatically resolves issues of protected area management and tourism. It's only one aspect that is important in terms of finding ways of managing protected areas and finding the resources and knowledge on how to optimally manage and govern protected areas for both conservation and tourism. Okay. And here are some of readings on the topic from me. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you,
Stop sharing the
Dennis.
slides.
Thank you for your great input and your great start of this session. You were very well in time. I would have given you another 5 minutes, but so we have a bit more time for discussion. And I think there will be a lot of questions that come up. And I have a first question here in the chat. We all can see it. Thank you very much for an insightful presentation. One of sustainability pillars is social aspect. My question is, how can we ensure that there won't be cultural Maori commodification that can be caused by tourism? Are there any regulation or legal protection base for indigenous people?
I think the most important aspect is the involvement and inclusion of the traditional owners in tourism planning and tourism development. So, for example, here where I'm located in Cairns, so we have a discussion currently that is ongoing on the creation of cultural protocols of how tourism industry should behave, how to present the products, how to present the land, what stories about the Aboriginal people they can say, how they should say it, because some of the stories are not for sharing, like it's knowledge that the indigenous people don't want to share, so those stories should not be shared. If you look and if you take tours with indigenous people, so Aboriginal tours as we call them here, you can notice that the tour guide, if he's an indigenous person, he won't be talking about the land that is not his land, because it's not his place to talk. Because it's someone else's land, so it's their stories, it's not his stories. And so this respect, this involvement and agreement on how to best develop tourism that is culturally appropriate is very important. There's need to be this inclusion, and in Australia it's a bit challenging because we have so many different traditional groups in the country. It's over 100 different languages. In New Zealand it's a bit easier because it's one language, Maori, so it's Maori people, and they have quite a strong voice and strong representation, but it's not perfect, I would say. I hope this answers the question.
Anna, okay for you? Or further questions?
Yeah, thank you very much. Everything is clear. So there are protocols that actually protect the Maori. Great. Thank you, Dennis.
Perfect. Thank you. Another question is posted by Matthias. How's this DIT example about education, the end consumer? like a pamphlet that New Zealand Tourism Board give to clients, social media badge via email, or how? And if local community reject, how the government persuades them? How transparent is the process? Would you like to say something about that, Dennis?
Yeah, so actually, we still have some questions about the effectiveness of this TIACI Promise program. It's mostly a social media program and online program. It's present on the Tourism New Zealand website, and they actually encourage you to use the hashtag TIACI Promise when you take pictures and post them on your Instagrams and your Twitters and so forth. But to what extent it's effective in changing the behavior is not quite clear, because even since the start of this program, there has, and during the pandemic, there has been a lot of concerns about how tourists are traveling around New Zealand, even domestic tourists, because a lot of them use camper vans, and then they park in the places that are not designated for overnight stay, and then they leave the rubbish, you know. So and this is something that is still work in progress, and I'm not quite sure about how government persuades community if they don't like tourists. Actually, currently in New Zealand, there is a discussion on which tourists they would like to welcome back after the pandemic. If you don't know, both Australia and New Zealand are closed for international tourists at the moment. And so the focus is seemingly placed, or at least the discussion has been on high yield tourists. So the tourists that spend a lot of money. So you limit the number of tourists, but you get the same amount of money from them because you get the rich ones. So that's currently the discussion, and not everybody is happy with that, because there are other benefits from budget travel, like from backpackers who don't use the multinational hotels. They stay with the local families and small local businesses. So there is an ongoing discussion, but the processes are, I think they are quite transparent. It's usually done through the consultations with different stakeholders. And as I mentioned, the Maori people have quite a strong voice in New Zealand. So yeah, I haven't heard about big problems with communication.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Do we have further questions? We have still 10 minutes that we can and shall use. Further questions from your side? Then maybe let me ask a question. Dennis, you showed us a list, a table of different destinations and the enormous contribution that tourism has to exports and to the national income and economies of such destinations. And of course, the situation here in Europe is different. For many destinations, tourism plays an important role, but the overall contribution to the national economy is lower. However, tourism is an important field, and in particular in alpine regions or in national parks like the Bavarian Forest, closely to where we are in the moment. This has important implications. And in the last summer, due to the corona pandemic, due to the changed travel behavior, we faced more and more problems in these rural areas. So now you showed us some examples how we could solve these contradictions between conservation, recreation, and also making a tourism business out of that and generating income for these regions. What would you say from these examples? Could there be some implications that we should take into consideration for our European typical destinations? What could we learn from these international examples for our nature-oriented tourism destinations?
That's a tough question. Is I haven't been to Europe for a while. I'm originally from Russia, but I'm not. I think one of the important aspects is the collaborative focus on the development of tourism, and especially important for the local communities to be involved, indigenous or not. But in some of the countries around Europe, the government is a bit more centralized, and so there is an issue of where, for example, the budget goes. You know, where does the money go? If, for example, you have an entry fee for your national park, does the money stay within the national park, or it goes to the capital city and then has to be redistributed back? Yeah, so what I was talking about is also about involvement and empowering of people that live on the land to be able to have some control. And some places also, if you look at Germany, you know, it might look like not a very big country, but you have the different ecosystems, and you need to have a diversification of how it's managed. What would be appropriate for the Alpine region is not necessarily appropriate for the Baltic Sea coast. And another aspect, and I think this is something Australia has been struggling with. So Australia is a federative state, so the states have the land management power, but ecosystems work across borders, and it's challenging to work across borders even within Australia. So it's also challenging in the European context. So if we go back to the Baltic Sea, you have some countries that are in the European Union, and then some other countries that are not in the European Union, and they need to manage the Baltic Sea together. And again, it's a very challenging context for the setup of the governance, because the laws, the legislation, the socioeconomic factors and cultural factors would vary a lot. So I think, yeah, probably it's the cooperation and collaboration that is the most important part of or implication of my presentation for the European context.
Many thanks, Dennis. Many thanks for giving this international perspective and how these problems that we also face and experience in other regions of the world are dealt with. So I think this was a very good start for our session. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you very much.
The keyword ecosystems don't stop at borders is a very good connection to the focus of our next presentation. And I may cordially welcome our second presenter, Carmen Mentil. Carmen Mentil is a tourism consultant in a Vienna-based organization, the OER Consultants. She's an expert for regional and in particular sustainable tourism development. Carmen is also director of the association Alpine Pearls, a network of alpine communities that offer green travel in a sustainable and responsible way. And Carmen will give us a presentation with the title Sustainable Mobility, Climate-Friendly Holidays in the Alps. Bitte, liebe Carmen, die Bühne gehört dir.
Dankeschön. Thanks so much. Welcome, and thanks for inviting me. I will try to share my screen with my presentation, of course. Just give me a second here that we show you the respective. Well, it's huge and it doesn't seem to be opening up. You know that
we have time, that will work.
Okay. Wake. Yes, it woke up. And here we go. Screen sharing doesn't work today.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Did you see my screen, isn't it?
Ja, du müsstest die noch starten. Sie ist noch in der Bearbeitungsansicht.
Ja. Better?
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you very much. So, sustainable mobility in the Alps. We're jumping from Oceania and Australia, New Zealand, right into the middle of Europe. And we are talking about Alpine, European Alps, Alpine Pearls, a network of destinations and regions in the Alps focusing on sustainable tourism and very distinctively focusing on mobility, sustainable and environmentally friendly mobility in the Alps. And mobility, of course, is very important, as you know, when you think of the CO2 emissions in tourism. So that was the reason why we focused on that topic. There's 19 holiday destinations in our countries, from Switzerland, Italy, Slovenia, Germany, and going to Austria. And Alpine Pearls is an association, and it works as a communication agency for these 19 destinations to the inside and to the outside communication. And our focus is on climate protection and sustainability with a conscious exposure to environment and nature, of course, for an unforgettable holiday in the Alps. And as I said, focus really on responsible mobility. The association has been founded in 2006. That's the map of the Alps. The seat of the association is in Austria, close to the city of Salzburg, but it's a very small, tiny village called Werfenweng. And they are a model village since 25 years for these sustainable mobility pilot projects. And you see the other villages here, and you might know the destination of, let's pick Villeneuve. This is in Italy, and it's the home of Reinhold Messner, the world famous climber. Or you might have heard of Bled in Slovenia, which is a very famous tourism hotspot. So we have a mix of small villages, and mix them with quite big, tourism intensive destinations. And the focus is always the same: to make a better holiday by reducing carbon emissions, especially by refraining from using the car. So our villages have to offer something else instead of car use. The association Alpine Pearls tries to develop together with the region's sustainable mobility offers. We address the same target group. That's people living in big cities, most of them, many of them, not even owning a car because they live in a good, city where there's good public transportation, or people who are conscious about the environment and refrain from using the car as much as they can. So we activate the market together, we divide the cost for marketing campaigns, and we develop also joint projects for subsidies and without subsidies. So it should be really a win-win cooperation. That's a big glance. I won't go through all of it. That's just the measures what we do during the year. Inside communication with our partners, outside communication on the market, campaigns, social media, website, newsletters, and so on. And the work for the quality of our villages is the mobility guarantee, where we work with them, we control, we coach, we help to develop a really high standard of mobility initiatives. And not only mobility, everything which is connected with it. I will come to that later. And we do some very interesting funding projects with the European Union. So how do our villages look like? They have to offer mobility guarantee. And sometimes it's not a small village, but it's a huge destination. And you can imagine it's not so easy to organize. First of all, the access without a car must be perfectly organized, easily accessible, be by train or long-distance buses. And then the guest has arrived. It needs to be catered for the last mile. Pickup services, transfers from train stations, somebody looks after the luggage and so on. And then thirdly, once the guest is installed in the hotel, we need to guarantee him the mobility. He doesn't bring his car, or if he comes by car, he let it sit there. So we need to guarantee the mobility around the destination for all the sites he wants to see, for the thermal spas, to go to ski and so on. And all that has to be undermined, of course, by the service quality. Recommendation, trip planning made easy. Our hosts, the hotels, need to support to organize this trip. We need to make the guests aware that there is such service. Most of the people don't even realize that there are holiday destinations where you can easily travel without a car in the Alps. So have a look at which criteria we are looking at if we work and cooperate with our villages. We are trying to offer the guest this encompassing experience, not only my mobility, this is only a tool, but an important one. So we also have to look at like the quality of well-being with preservation of local heritage, local handicraft, of course, very important, agriculture and forestry. The nature conservation as a next point is very important, the biodiversity. We have model offers in our protected areas. So you would just combine the protected area, maybe with a guided tour, and the guests are shuttled there and they don't have to go there with their own car. So that's very practical. It's not very theoretical. We look at our environmental quality with climate protection. Of course, for example, here, renewable energies. Next example would be the hotel has solar energy or photovoltaic energy on its roof, and the electric cars are fed by that. So it's environmental protection catered for mobility matters. And we, of course, look at regional economic cycles, like especially regionally produced products for our guests. And this is a very, very big and an important point, of course, to serve with local products. And then again, if you do that, you again avoid carbon emissions by transport. So we're again back to mobility. So when we go to the actual mobility services, we always have two parts of it. If you have a look at the next slide, the one hand is the purpose mobility, the one you really need. Shuttles, buses, something you need to get around. And the other part is the fun, the pleasure. You might offer bikes, walking trails, of course in winter skiing, cross-country equipment, tobogganing and so on. So tourism destinations have to look at both sides, the fun, but also what does the tourist really need in order to get around. And it's sometimes totally different agencies to look after that, different agencies who finance it and different agencies who cater for that. So our villages co-work with us and are members with us because they see the advantage of pursuing goals together. It's sometimes really a difficult subject to make mobility sustainable. So we we bundle all our measures in order to be more effective here. Our pearls, they are like ambassadors for some sustainable mobility in the vacation office. It's quite a new thing in the Alps. And we offer a high contact number in tourism for our new guests, with all the communication and advertisement campaigns. So our bigger regions also have other target groups and they work with them. But one niche would be the environmental friendly guest. And we want to raise the potential of this internal cooperation, this cross-border cooperation so much. It's small countries, so to speak, in the Alps. So we really need to exchange the experiences across the borders by meeting of the members, by study trips, by support of bilateral projects and so on. At the moment today, I'm preparing, we meet tomorrow for our yearly meeting. We have passed last year, of course, passed out, no member meeting since 2 years, and tomorrow is the day. So we are all looking very much forward to meet again in person and to celebrate this cross-cultural and cross-border cooperation. We work in 4 languages, Slovenian, Italian, French, German. So it's a very much of a cooperation project. And with that, we want to increase the attractiveness of our places, of our destinations by traffic calming measures and innovations in mobility. And the additional added value would be the high attractiveness of the resort and increasing number of guests, happy number of guests. Of course, for our village, it's always important to take part in the funding projects. We sometimes up to 100% funding, sometimes not. And we also control what they do. So it's not only a very loose network, but it's really, you're getting controlled as a destination. But this control goes more into coaching for the optimization. So we look very much at the customer journey for the travels with sustainable mobility. And you know, the customer journey, it already starts when researching. You might be sitting in London, you might be sitting in Hamburg or in Moscow, and you have to find out that there is the Alps with this car-free offer, which is really fantastic once you're there. So we need to find the best information policy to even inform the people there is such a thing as sustainable holidays in the Alps. And we need to provide information, of course, here. That's before, long before the booking. And then the guest makes up his mind and really books. So here we try to provide easy booking options where public transport is already included, where the arrival and departure ticket is already included. That's a very difficult point for the cross-country train connections. So we have to work here a lot, still also in the future. And then the guest wants to arrive, he or she sits in the train or in the bus. That's like for us the easy part once they have booked, but then they arrive at the train station, bus station, we need to pick them up. Transfer services, comfortable, friendly, with the languages you have to get around. Then they arrive in the hotel. The hotel must know this guest comes without a car. What demands does he have? Special demands. He just can't go to any museum. He needs a shuttle and so on. And then the mobility on the site has to be perfect and regular and, also visualized and informed about. We all hope that the guests have a beautiful stay. So they are on their way to depart. We have to bring them back, mostly for free, to the train stations, and make them comfortable here. And then once they are back home, very often than not, there is no information, there is no contact anymore. And we insist on make them aware how beautiful their holidays without a car was. Ask them to give feedback. And we promise, if you give us feedback, we improve these services, which might not have been perfect. Can always happen. So that's our customer journey for sustainable travels. I give you some examples how it really works, like our member meeting I've been talking about tomorrow would take place in Weißensee. This is in Carinthia in Austria. This is such a beautiful area, very close or at a lake. You see it a bit in the background. It's so fantastic. And Weißensee is a model region for guests without a car. You can arrive by train, you get picked up for free. There is this free nature park bus. There is this free electric ship. And of course, many highlights with the bikes and so on. And they have a premium card where all these offers are included for free. That's the very important thing, not just to offer infrastructure and services, but to package it in somehow, easy use, being it on the smartphone or being it still a card. So that's very nice there. Next one would be Werfenweng, close to Salzburg, in the Salzburger Land in Austria. for Austrians, very famous for sustainable mobility, since 25 years active. Since 25 years, you can arrive without a car and it's everything taken care of. With a bonus card, where everything is included, the e-car rental, the shuttle services, the electric taxi, the fun mobility for your mountain bike, and so on, and many much more offers. You see the beautiful countryside here. We call it the mobility inclusive resort. So that's a very good example of how it can work. Then Berchtesgaden, already bigger, you know, and also very intensive. There is the National Park of Berchtesgaden with Watzmann Mountain. You see on the one picture Königssee, which is, you know, world famous. So it all needs to be in bigger dimensions, all these shuttles and the buses and so on. And they really try, make a good effort on keeping it as a biosphere. It's also a biosphere reserve, keeping it as a living biosphere region with many key actions and action plans, supporting sustainable use of natural resources. Of course, very practically, making shuttle services to Lake Königssee, electric boats there. They try a lot with apps which monitor. Königssee, of course, was having a big problem with over-tourism in pandemic times. So they needed a good app to organize the guests, that they only arrive when there is a possibility to arrive. So a very like massive tourism example in our pilot regions. Next is Vilnius, as I said, home of Reinhold Messner in South Tyrol, which belongs to Italy. Pickup service, of course, from the train station, buses on requests, a South Tyrol-wide transfer service for all connecting shuttles and so on. And they are really good in packaging it into cards. Dolomiti mobile card, bike mobile card, and so on. So as soon as you're a guest staying in a hotel, you receive your card where your mobility, and not only the mobility, is included. Also the museums, the swimming pools, and so on. Vilnius is really very famous for its excellent local food and this awareness creating, the sensitization of tour operators and locals and guests to use tap water, to use regional meat like, you know, sheep, or to use apples from South Tyrol, and the respectful handling of the products there. One example, Bled, Slovenia, actually a very big resort, very comfortably reachable by train, nice, interesting mobility at the site. You see here this carriage, but also the Pletna, that's the rowing boat. You can row yourself, but normally you are rowed by a helping person. And they built Bled Greenways. That's a bike rental system. And you can cycle all around the area at the lake, which is really very, very beautiful. One last example from Switzerland, DIT, that is situated at the Glacier Express line, world famous train line. And the city is just right at one of the most important stops of the Glacier Express. So it's in a way easy for our Swiss pearl, but they still offer buses, also in winter, services, guest card to package all that. And they have an interesting highlight with the e-sports car von Kiburs. And that's, of course, with top speed. And it's, of course, only electric drive and powered by the sun. So fast-paced, sustainable mobility. You also need a bit of fun and fast pacement. You cannot only be too careful, then the guests wouldn't come. So you need also fun, that isn't it? From my point of view, the future of traveling, and I think we had a little bit of that also in the opening speech. We need the quality, we need the sustainable consumption for green travels. It's not so much sacrificing something. Nobody wants to sacrifice, but we really want to have fun and enjoy. We need to offer safe, comfortable rail travels at the fair price, not more expensive than flying, but cheaper. We need good transfer services, emission-free and without additional cost for the guest from the train to the hotel. Then the hotel, in the best case, needs to be environmentally friendly and offer mobility on site. Then, of course, the guest wants to go out, wants to have innovative customer experiences in the nature. And as I said already before, the regional cuisine plays a very important role here. And only this total package will continue to be a competitive advantage in the future. If you just do one bit or two bits, it won't be enough for the very demanding and knowledgeable guests. Guests can research on everything beforehand and will decide where is this encompassing package available. There I go. And the winners are the destinations who do that, and, you know, who offer that quality. And I think also travelers who do not explicitly look for climate neutral and environmentally friendly vacation offers, they still, and that's the broad mass, still enjoy quality of regional cuisine. They appreciate personal service, they appreciate intact nature, and feel the conscious attentiveness offered by the host. So you don't have to call it environmental friendly. It needs to be super high quality. So sustainability becomes a quality feature on vacation, and it will altogether enhance the quality of life for the locals and guests alike. So we are more creating this living space for the locals, and as soon as they feel 100% happy there, that will also give a voice and you will feel it towards your guests. About the future for Alpine Pearls and beyond, again, under the following premises, we have to raise awareness for ecological action and resource conservation among the locals, the tourism businesses, and the guests. So it's threefold. And we have to create innovative and not even climate neutral, but climate positive offers for a mobility change, for a bioeconomy, including circular economy, including renewable energy, everything what your region can do. And you have to make, you know, tailor-made it for your region. So the source is unknown, and I just carry it on. And I think it's really important to carry it on and on. Tourism in the future will be sustainable, or it will be not at all. So thanks very much for your listening, and I will be having a look at the chat, what your questions are, and just get in touch any time for an Alpine Pearls experience in the Alps. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Carmen, for this impressive presentation and this impressive project. I have to say I can remember when you first presented this project at the ITB quite a few years ago, and I'm more than impressed what you have developed together with the partners over the last years. An international cross-border project with different partners, and I think this is really, best practice what could be done in terms of sustainable tourism, in terms of responsible tourism, and I'm very happy that you gave us this example. But now coming to your questions, and I have a first question in the chat. Which innovative mobility initiatives are you thinking, dreaming of for the future?
So I think I'm very practical. I think the most important step would be if all train services in Europe would be low price. Not flying, but the trains. And maybe with some sort of an incentive, like you can win points for, you know, whatever project at home, you win points for your holidays. And then if you're good during the year, you might have 100 points and you get really a train trip to your destination you want to go to, and it costs near nothing. I think it's important as an incentive for some years now to really offer it at a good price. We've seen that with flying. If you offer a flight to Barcelona for 10 euros, there's a full plane. So let's do the same with trains. And once people see it works, it makes fun, it's good, then, you know, we are more prone to also pay for it, a good and fair, normal price. But make incentives where we see that public transportation is good, on time, comfortable, and so on. And all the other innovative things with electricity and the cars, or with automotive driving and with drones, whatever. Next step. First step, public transportation, especially trains, need to be good and at a very fair price.
And if I may add only a small wish, it would be enough for us in our regions if these train connections would be available before talking of being affordable. So in particular in rural areas, yeah, I think a lot of things went wrong over the last decades, and yeah, this is something that really worries us every day here in regional Bavaria. Further question, is it an economic burden for tourism corporate to provide responsible and sustainable mobility?
So I think you mean, does it cost a lot to put it up? And I would say in the short run, yes. Yeah. But of course, in the long run, no. Otherwise, nobody in tourism would do it. Tourism is an economic business. We're not an environmental party or something. But we are in not we, but you know, all of us in tourism, we work for financial outcome and an economic reason. So the burden is there. I'm thinking to like investing in a regular good shuttle service with electric shuttle buses powered by the sun. Yes, high investment. But I mean, that's what we are all counting on. Happy tourists in the long run come back to us as a permanent guest. And in that, you know, circle, of course, a wise investment. But they are struggling. I know, regions and destinations, of course, they are struggling. It's not easy, even though there are a lot of funding systems. Again, when we are talking about the European Alps, not so much worldwide, I wouldn't know. But in the European Alps, in the European Union with Green Deal programs now, if a region is working hard and wants to build it up, there is also support and subsidy.
Okay, thank you. Further questions from the auditory? Then maybe I can ask a question. You showed us this project, and it was years and years of development, and we have many different destinations in different countries where cooperation is not always so easy, cross borders, different cultures, different structures, different organizational forms. So we all know that challenges. What would you say? What, in your experience now, what is the biggest challenge to create such a network and make different destinations, municipalities, different cultures work together and contribute to such a successful project?
I sometimes think at my end of the day when I worked, I think, oh, I'm done for the German-speaking work. Oh, and there is Slovenian, Italian, and French to do with translator services and so on. But still, I think a big challenge is language, is also cultural differences in networks. So we really have to be respectful here. And as a network, you need maybe two very specific joint objectives. And you need to discuss them and sort it out and be 100% sure about those objectives. Then there is energy to work together on it. So it's a lot of things. Of course, I do it since 2006. It's very difficult to cut it short. I think it would be easier if we spoke one language, which is, even in English, it's not, you know. And it would be easier, I don't know, just be more respectful to the different sides of the coins and different sides of requests and so on. Just really be very open-minded, but then cut it all again short to one very clear objective.
Okay, thank you. We have another question in our chat. What are the main barriers to cope with 100% car-free politic in the Alpine Pearls members?
The main barrier, the inhabitant. The inhabitant doesn't want to get rid of his car. The guests, we see a growing number of guests having no car at all, living, you know, in urban areas. They are prone to come without a car. They are happy to, you know, one or two of them to try some electric alternatives or just enjoy nature without any vehicles. We are fine here. We can do, you know, a lot of things here. The main barrier is the inhabitants, you know, they live there. The hotelier, he has to bring food and stuff, and the carpenter, and of course the farmers. They very often are not so positive because, of course, it lowers their mobility, and they should be respectful to a guest who travels without a car. It's not easy. It's easier for Swiss villages where there is the road, you know, final end of the road, no through passing, and there is Zermatt, Saas-Fee, where they are since hundreds of years at this closed road, and they are used to it. But here in Austria, Germany, in Glade, that's normally passing through. And we have to tell the inhabitants, no, you don't pass through, and you get rid of your car. This is very, very difficult. But we, you know, we work.
Okay. Another question. What kind of ways have Alpine Pearls tried to attract and appeal to younger generations of tourists?
Yeah. I have a very young team of also trainees, and they are just keen on social media, and they think, and I'm sure they are right, that attracts just to communicate in new ways. They have just opened up a TikTok channel, my people did. I didn't even know where and why. I swear I never looked at TikTok. So I think young people are, you know, more open to new communication tools. We offer the, you know, stable connection, the train services, a good price, the environmental friendly hotel. But we, you know, as our generation, we might not be so fit on Instagram and Snapchat and whatever they do, you know. And so I think that's the lever with the communication, and of course, very much more not so married with their car as the other generation is. Look at the young, well, one lady is very young here. They just, you know, for them it's easy to hop on trains. Why not? So there is a new generation coming up, and I think this is just great. I love it very much. I work a lot with trainees and students, and I think this is so important for other generations that we have this fresh input. So if you have any, write to me. You see my address here. We're really very open always for cooperations with the young ones. Yep.
Maybe I may ask a short question here, because last week on a conference in Austria, in the Alpine regions, this topic was discussed, the change of lifestyles, and if there really is a change of lifestyle with younger generations. You said they are not so stuck to have their big SUV cars standing in front of the houses, and 3 of them before every house. So what do you think? Is this an ongoing process? Will that help us to be more responsible with our nature, this changing lifestyle, or is it just a substitution to say, okay, might be that they don't have these big cars, the younger generations, but buying 2 tablets and 3 iPhones every year might also be not a way towards sustainability. A bit provocative, I know, sorry.
I'm very positive that there is a change. I know there must be, and I am positive that there is. I'm not depressed that, and they all buy just laptops and gadgets and they all, no, I'm positive. I think there's something new coming up, especially in schools. They start, I mean, when I was in school, even separating garbage wasn't a topic. Photovoltaic wasn't even invented, I think. So there is something new coming up. It's included in school programs, kindergarten programs, school programs. You can study now sustainable tourism in, I don't know, 100 universities at least in Europe, and many more. So there is something coming up, if the young generation wants or not, but I'm sure there is a lot of energy there. Of course, there will be, I don't know where is the niche, there will be a niche, who is not interested. And in a certain age group, you probably are not interested in anything. But there is a spirit coming up, which we all just, value and need so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Carmen, for these positive aspects, so we can be optimistic towards the future. Still many problems to solve and many things to improve. And I think such projects are very important, because they are not only do something in practice and make an offer in practice for tourists, but I think they also might change the mind not only of travelers but also of people living in this region. And I think creating awareness for the problems and for possible solutions is a very, very important input. Do we have more questions? Otherwise, I would say you can contact Carmen Mentil. She gave your address and her contact details, where you can contact her for further questions if you're interested in the project. I would also invite you, of course, to visit these regions and to personally experience how that can work in practice. Carmen, many thanks. Good luck for your annual assembly tomorrow. So seems that you can celebrate the 15th year anniversary of your cooperation. Wish you many success in the future. Good luck for the project, and please also keep us updated in the future about the development of your project Alpine Pearls. Thank you. So that means we come now to the third presentation within this session, and I may cordially welcome Ksenia Gavrilova. Is she here already in the session?
Yeah, I'm here.
Super. Ksenia is a founder of a successful startup, the Adventure Dream Team, based in Pyatigorsk in Russia. And with her team, she promotes sustainable travel in rural destinations in North Caucasus. And as you might imagine, I'm very proud to say that Ksenia is one of the pioneers who successfully completed the master program, International Tourism Development, here at the European campus. And so I'm more than happy to leave now the stage to Ksenia for her presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm also happy to see you, Professor, and also all the audience. It's really happy to be among other professionals in the tourism industry. My name is Ksenia Gavrilova, and I'm going to present to you the case of the North Caucasus region, and I hope I can now share my screen. Yeah, should work. Just let me know if you can see the presentation.
Yes, yes. Maybe you could increase the screen a bit, but it works.
Yeah, I'll do the full screen.
Yeah, super.
Okay, that's here.
Perfect.
Yeah, so what we're gonna talk about on today's presentation, I will shortly tell you about the North Caucasus region, as I'm sure that not so many people actually know about it, where it's located and what makes it attractive for tourists. Then we're gonna talk about various challenges, especially in terms of sustainable development, and some solutions, or at least the experience that we have at Adventure Dream Team. And then I hope you can also ask questions in the end. And I'll start with a short bio. I have a degree in environmental management, which I got in St. Petersburg, where I am at the moment. As Professor Steckenbauer said, I graduated the Deggendorf University, which I'm really proud of and which gave me a lot of knowledge to actually continue with this project with Adventure Dream Team. But I'm also mentioning here the IGEA. So I'm a member or alumni member of European Geography Association. And the first idea of organizing any kind of event, or, you know, the tour for international people first came to me during this period of time. And then, I was so excited. I got new experience. I got to see that people are actually interested in the region. So I started to think how to make it more professional, how to make it, you know, something bigger than just inviting your friends and, you know, friends of their friends. So that's how I came to Deggendorf University. And then the idea developed into the startup company, which I launched actually at the same time when writing my master thesis. So it was double stress for me to do everything at the same time. But everything went successful, apart from the fact that the corona came, and everything went just crazy. But we skipped this. Also in 2020, our project was a winner of the Russian National Tourism and Hospitality Award. And a lot of people were actually excited because, we're quite, motivated, and not so many companies work for international markets in the North Caucasus. And so what do we do in Adventure Dream Team is we create various trips across the region, and we're focusing on international travelers. But of course, due to the fact that for the last 2 years, there was no international tourism, we were also creating tours for domestic tourism, for domestic tourists. And our tours include cultural and hiking tours. So it means that we can both work with the younger audience or those experienced travelers who are interested in something unique, something, you know, outstanding. And this year we already had several tourists from the US, from Hungary, and from some other country, which I can't remember now. So a few international tourists. So they were really excited. And also they appreciate having those tours because we try to make them local and authentic. And of course, we try to be really responsible about everything we do. And now let's talk about the geography where this fantastic region actually is. Here's the small map, and I will show you the bigger one just on the next slide. So you can see that, this is mostly the mountainous region. And in the middle, you can see that it's being divided between Russian Federation and Georgia, and also you can't really see, but there is Azerbaijan in the south. So basically the North Caucasus is the Russian part of the overall Caucasus region, and here's the map of the entire Russia with different republics. So you can see that we are talking about this little area just in the left corner. So this is between the Black and Caspian Seas. Yeah, and what this region includes is, so it's not just, you know, one single piece of land and everything, you know, just goes within this land. No, actually, there are other republics that are, you know, included in this region. So going from west to east, I'm naming them. It's Karachay-Cherkessia Republic, Kabardino-Balkaria, North Ossetia, Ingushetia, Chechnya, and Dagestan. So 6 republics. And basically all of them are different, and the entire land, you know, is a home for over 50 different nationalities, which means they have different culture, they have different languages, they have, you know, a lot of differences. And I guess, yeah, that's what makes it really interesting for tourists, because this land between Black Sea and Caspian Sea stretches for just 1,000 kilometers. And here you have everything. So like beautiful nature, mountains, and also a huge variety of different peoples. Yeah, so as I mentioned, we have ancient civilizations here. We have ethnical and cultural diversity, of course, nature and mountains. And here are the several destinations that are, you know, really popular, especially among Russian tourists at the moment. This is Dagestan Republic, and I only put 3 of the best destinations, but there are many, many more. This is the Derbent city, which is also, I should say, ancient. And there was a Silk Road, so those people who are interested in history, they can travel here. Then we have the Sulak Canyon, which a few meters deeper than the canyon, the Grand Canyon in the US. So people are really excited to go there. And also the Sarikum Dune. Yeah, so those places are located really close one to another. And basically within a couple of days, you can visit such different places. And this is exciting for people. Also in Ingushetia Republic, people who are interested in history can see the tower complex. There are actually a lot of towers, like family towers, or, you know, other types of towers. Then some cities, so for example, Pyatigorsk and Kislovodsk, they are spa towns because we have a lot of mineral springs coming from the underground, and a lot of beautiful lakes and mountains. So one of the most popular mountains is Mount Elbrus. It's the highest on the European continent, and Mount Kazbek. So people who are interested in hiking or extreme hiking can actually go there and be on top of Europe, I would say. So yeah, it's a great achievement. So, and now for you to make sure that I'm not only excited about this region because it's my home region, but because yeah, it's also considered by the other people. Here are some statistics. For the past few years, like between 2015 and 2019, there was a constant annual growth, so like plus 5% annually. And in 2019, we reached the point which is the highest so far, with 1.75 million tourists. And of course, since the pandemic came, the domestic tourism was booming, and we've got plus 80%, which is estimated for 2020. but still, I think it's a huge number. And actually, the government does a lot to make it more popular, and they plan to make the 5 million tourists annually by 2030. So it involves a lot of investments, both governmental and private. Yeah, so for example, the governmental investments include different grants for building infrastructure, so like hotels or glamping or camping or anything, because we don't have that many. So like the tourists are coming, but there is not so much we can offer yet in terms of comfort. So like there is something, of course, but not as many places as they require. And of course, large private investments for ski resorts, for hotels. So here in the picture, you can see one of the resorts in Karchay-Cherkessia Republic called Arches. Yeah, it's a really modern one and really great for any person who likes skiing. And now coming to the problems. So what actually happens on the other side? Yeah, so I start with the first point that the tourist flow is a bit unplanned. We have this kind of authors tours organized by influencers and photographers. We have sustainability not really settled as the term by Russian Tourism Ministry or Federal Tourism Agency. Of course, people know it. So yeah, just a disclaimer for this point that Russians, of course, have heard of this word, and large businesses, and especially international businesses, they have included it in the strategic goals and so on. You can find a lot of information about it, but in the tourism industry, it's still less known, although the tendency towards a responsible approach is rather positive. And how do I know it? For example, on April 2021, there was the first Sustainable Tourism Conference organized by the Russian Union of Travel Industry, which is the largest industry association, including tour operators, travel agencies, hotels, health resorts, transport companies, insurance companies, and so on. Yeah, and they were just established as the Committee of Sustainable Tourism in 2020. And 6 months later, they already organized this conference, or actually it was forum, which is really great. So they try to be active, they try to involve a lot of people in it. So this is not a governmental organization, as I've said. So yeah, it means to me that if they're doing some active movements and raise some topics, then sooner it will get to a higher level. And yeah, I also attended this conference, and what I found really great is that they invited different international speakers. So there were over 10, so like 10 to 15, something like this. And they were sharing different cases from their countries, their experience. And I think that this is the key for Russia to develop this way, because yeah, a lot of countries, especially European countries, they are rather more experienced in this. And how else do I know that sustainable tourism in Russia is becoming a hot topic? Here you can see that on September 21st, another conference took place, which I certainly wanted to mention here. It's a Sustainable Tourism Development Today and Tomorrow in the framework of the Russian-German Cross Year. And the key moment of this conference was the handover of the practical guide, Sustainable Development in German Domestic Tourism from German National Tourist Board. And yeah, so this guide is going to be translated and adapted to Russian destinations. And yeah, a lot of people said that it's going to be a real change then. So let's hope for that. Yeah, so we see that at the state level, the solutions are being searched, and Russia is actively exchanging the experience with other countries. But as I've mentioned earlier, there is this kind of local type of problem with organizing the whole industry, the way it would be more transparent, the way it would be more balanced, because from what we noticed these days, the development is rather chaotic and spontaneous and mostly influenced by social media and bloggers. Yeah, so in general, I think it's a good way to promote destinations and promote tourism products. But in this case, you know, it works only for the bloggers or influencers themselves, who, you know, take a lot of cool pictures or videos or other content. And then, since they have a large audience, they start organizing tours. And yeah, it can be cool on one hand, because they still raise awareness about the region and interest from the other people. But at the same time, we don't really know about the, you know, taxes and other stuff. So how sustainable it is what they are doing, because as we talk to, so like to prepare for this conference, I was exchanging opinions with various colleagues from the North Caucasus, and they said, yeah, it's really difficult for us to compete because those influencers, they basically organize those trips illegally. They don't pay taxes. They yeah, sometimes come only once or twice, but then they still make some impact on the land, and we don't know whether it's positive, whether it's negative. So there is no way to control them. So there is this kind of gap, maybe in tourism law or some documents, but yeah, this is what we find a bit negative. And to say why this is important, actually, for yeah, so to illustrate how important it is for the local communities to be involved in the tourism activities, I will just give you one example, which you can see now on pictures. This is the village of Gamsutl in Dagestan, or actually it was a village some years ago, and people who lived there, and there was a shop, there was a school, there was a hospital. So you can imagine that around 200 or 250 people used to live there. But now this is just a ghost town, and yeah, it's one of the famous tourist sites. And I guess, yeah, you can imagine that the economic situation is rather tough in highland areas. What makes or what forces the younger generation move to the bigger cities to earn money, to, you know, raise kids in better conditions. And the older generations that are staying in such villages, of course, they don't really think about you know, sustainability or how to make their houses more attractive. In most cases, they just want to survive, and they you know, sometimes don't have jobs, so they live by getting some, you know, money from their grown-up kids, or they have their gardens. Yeah, but that's it. So yeah, some villages are in pretty bad condition, and tourism in this case is seen as one of the most powerful tools that can help the situation, not only in Dagestan, but in the other regions as well. So yeah, now we should probably come to some more positive aspect. So the experience that we have in Adventure Dream Team and how we try to contribute and how we try to make the whole region a bit more, to create a better future, let's say. So we don't talk about making it rich at the moment because it's not the mass tourism destination, but still we want to contribute. And how do we do that? We try to work with local service suppliers. It applies to guides, to transportation in each republic. And yes, it does make a big difference, as I've mentioned in the very beginning, when we're talking about the North Caucasus, we should always consider this number of different republics, and each republic has, its own specifics, and working with the local guide in one single republic makes it sometimes more difficult for us to organize the tour. For example, this year we had a tour for 11 days across all 6 republics for one American traveler. And yeah, because you have to negotiate with several people instead of, just having one person always, going with a traveler, but several. But I guess this is the change, what we have to do and what we have to accept when we talk about the sustainable tourism, because we need to give the opportunity to each region to contribute, to work with us, to feel valuable, and so on. And yeah, also talking about the accommodation, of course, we try to always get the locally owned accommodation, because in the past couple of years, there were a lot of investments, not only from the regional sources, but also coming from, Moscow, or maybe some international investors were interested. So yeah, there are some other hotels, and we stay usually with locally owned. And also at this point, yeah, I want to say that it's important because we promote the preservation of traditional houses, the traditional buildings, because locals sometimes they underestimate the importance of those buildings for their culture. They think it's old, they think it's, ugly and nobody needs it. However, when tourists come, they say, wow, this is something unique. And especially this applies to republics such as Kabardino-Balkaria and Karchay-Cherkessia, which you saw, a bit more to the west of the region. Yeah, so those two are a bit more, I wouldn't say rich, but the level of development compared to the other republics is a bit higher, and people invest a lot in building, some fancy houses with huge, many floors and so on, and they completely forget about their traditions, and they think they don't need it anymore. And yeah, it also leads to the problem of not having a cultural or historic center. And yeah, we actually spent some time last year during the pandemic, because we didn't have tours, and we thought, okay, we maybe can help this situation. And we went to several villages trying to find a person or a family that would like to, let's say, be involved in the tourism business and provide with a house, because we found the information that we can get grant money to organize this kind of historical or cultural center for the Republic. But we cannot get money for building something. So there should be already a house, and then we can get money to organize the whole cultural activity around it, to decorate it maybe, and things like that. So yeah, we spent some money for traveling some time to search for people, and so far no success, but we keep doing this because we think it's important. So yeah, locals sometimes underestimate their culture and their, you know, things that they have in the Republic. Therefore, we're coming to the third point, which says that we educate both locals and travelers. So yeah, it means that we have to talk to locals how to, you know, make a good service, but at the same time not to destroy their own culture, so that they should keep the balance between something they can and they cannot do or provide. And also we have to teach travelers, of course, how to behave well, how to, you know, keep some unspoken rules, how to, you know, sometimes wear proper clothes, or, you know, sometimes simple questions may become a huge topic of discussion with travelers, because as I've said, the region is pretty unusual. And yeah, this is interesting, and this is what we try to do from the very beginning. So not only when the tour happens, but very much earlier, so when both of them are just being involved in the project. And three more points to our experience is that we only travel, or we create tours with small groups. Of course, it depends a lot on the tour type, whether we have cultural tour or it's a hiking tour, and it depends a lot on the destination, because some destinations, they are developed and there are huge hotels, and you know, everything is already suitable for a group of, let's say, 40 people or 50 people. Then of course we think it's okay to do that. But some destinations, they are really compact, they need some more of attention and some more protection. So then even if the big group sends us the request of organizing something, then we say, no, we can change something, but unfortunately this place or this village is not really suitable for this type of group. Of course, we try to minimize waste and the usage of plastic. And I must say that this is a pretty tough thing, especially on hiking tours, because a lot of packaging is pre-packed, so a lot of food, a lot of things that we take with us on long distance hiking trails, for example, 5 or 6 days. Yeah, it involves plastic anyway, but we try to sometimes exchange it with some other packaging, but still we have it. Yeah, and talking about the cultural tours, then yeah, without plastic is pretty much okay. We have everything, you know, not only one-time use, but some normal plates and, you know, glasses. And what else I want to say for this point? Yeah, also for hiking tours, we usually inform the travelers to take some shampoos or some washing things that can be easily, you know, absorbed by nature. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this point. And of course, we actively participate in discussions and projects, because as I've said, it's not really centrally organized by, you know, regional government or anyone else. So we just have this small group chat with our colleagues, and where we discuss, where we share our best practices, where we, you know, share our problems, and sometimes how we can be disappointed with something or happy with something. So it's really important for us to stay on the topic, and also Now that I'm participating in this conference, I was just joining the other room in the morning, and I saw a lot of people and I saw a lot of professionals talking about it. I'm trying to read some articles and stay updated. And yeah, at this with this point, I would like to finish my presentation and to thank you for joining it. And if you have any questions, please go ahead. I would be really glad to answer and to discuss this. Thank you.
Many thanks, Xenia, for your input, your presentation, of course, also your impressive project and startup that you have there. The aim is, as you said, jointly working for a better future, and I'm sure this is an important contribution for the region and for a better future in the region, what you are doing there. We have some minutes left for your questions. Please, Lana, would you like to start?
Hi, Xenia. Thank you very much for your presentation. I enjoyed it thoroughly, especially your personality. You have been quite an inspiration for me. I also come from a Russian-speaking country. It's Uzbekistan, post-Soviet Union country, and I enjoyed you talking about how you try to develop the region where you live. It's quite impressive. I just want to ask, what are the major challenges that you have faced in your country when trying to develop your tourism products?
You mean the challenges, tourism, like business-wise, or in terms of sustainable development?
No, business-wise, because you basically started from scratch.
Yeah, as I've said, I do want to put a lot of focus on the Corona times that eventually we've started with. So the huge challenge was actually, to replace everything. So we created first the website in English, all the products in English, all the previous things that I had from IGEA times, from that Geography Association times, I had everything in English. And then when we got to know that, okay, for the upcoming 1 or 2 years, we're not going to have international travelers. So what we're going to do? And then, it took us some time to analyze actually the Russian market, which is slightly different in terms of the major interests they have when they travel, because it's their own country. And even though they might not know the region at all, they travel for their holidays. They want to get maybe some sort of animation, so they want to be entertained, let's say. And the international tourists, I find that their interests are a bit deeper, so they try to learn the culture. They're interested to stay with locals, learn the culture and things like that. So it took us some time actually to understand the Russian market, although it sounds pretty funny. I am Russian, but I never had a chance to work with those people. But eventually, it was quite okay. We had several tours this summer, and younger generations, they're quite a fun audience to work with, to have hiking trips with. So yeah, in the end, it was not as scary as it seemed to us last year.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So yeah, thank you once again for being an inspiring woman in our industry and a great example. And I'm really happy that you are a graduate of Deggendorf Institute of Technology, the ECRI campus. I'm doing my master's now. Yeah, thank you for serving us a great example of what you can accomplish and achieve afterwards when you gain all the theoretical knowledge while our studies go on.
I can only support what Lana said.
Thank you so much.
Do we have further questions? Then maybe I may ask a question concerning these sustainability aspects. You told us that in the frameworks, in the conditions under which you have to work, sustainability is slowly becoming an important topic, although if it is not rooted in the tourism strategies in the moment. Which perspective do you see in particular on the side of your customers, of your guests? Do they have a deep understanding for the importance of traveling responsibly in this region?
Well, that's a good question, definitely. And I think that for international travelers, of course, it does make a huge sense, and that's what they are searching for. They want to make sure that when they visit something unique, when they, have communication with locals, or they touch the environment in any sense, that it is somehow, a responsible step. And I guess that is why we had, this thoughts behind when we started the project, when we just created, the website, when we started to think what's our mission, what's our values. So we always keep this in mind. And for international travelers, I believe for a lot of them, it's important. And so just the information around them is always different. But for Russian tourists, when I try to talk to them about sustainable development in general, about even daily life and using some plastic stuff or things like that, they don't really think much about it. Of course, some people do. There is always a group of people who would be active in this, but not that much. So when coming to the tourism topic and saying, hey, you cannot take picture here because of the cultural reason. So what was the issue this summer? That two girls, they took a photo in front of the Sulak Canyon in Dagestan, which I showed, and they were half naked. Of course, we didn't see anything. It was taken from the backside, but still the locals, they were so angry, they were offended. And so it was a huge scandal. So it means that Russians are still, at a different level, so at least travelers. And we try to educate them as much as we can, but I hope that developing international tourism can, be a good basis also for Russian to see and to maybe copy some of the, some of the things that we do. Let's see. It's a huge topic.
Mm-hmm. Super, thank you. The more important your project is, not only to create a business and create income sources, but also to contribute to education of travelers and tourists to behave in a more responsible and sustainable way. So thank you. We are perfectly in time. I may close the session now. Thank you again to our presenters, Ksenia, Carmen, Dennis. This was really a great input and a great starting point. Keep us updated about the progress in your topics and your projects. Wish you all a lot of success with what you are doing there and what you showed to us. So we are now having a lunch break. I will then shortly show you the next points. Meet you again in 50 minutes, 1 p.m. and we continue with further interesting and hopefully inspiring points. Thank you.
So welcome back after your break. I hope you have had a good break. We're jumping now into the afternoon with some very interesting presenters. I'm really looking forward to that. We take 30 minutes per person maximum, and some question and answers again, of course. And I would like to invite Alessandro Paletto to join us with his speech on relationship between forest management practices and nature-based recreation, a conceptual framework and practical applications. So let's see if Alessandro is here.
Yes, I am here. Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
We know you're a mountain and forest economics specialist, researcher at the Council for Agriculture, Research and Economics, which is Center for Forestry and Wood in Trento, Italy. Yes. So I think in the back we see a beautiful site of Trento.
Yes, sure. It's a photo of Trento in the mountain. Yes, super. But I am in office, unfortunately.
Okay. Alessandro, the floor is yours.
Yeah,
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I try to share my my presentation now. It's okay, the presentation?
If you go to the presentation mode, please.
Yes, yeah, try now. It's okay.
Yes, super. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Chairman. Thank you so much, the organizer, to invite myself in this very interesting symposium. My objective today is to show the natural-based recreation in the perspective of the forest. In particular, the objective of my presentation is to better understand the effect of forest management practices or silvicultural treatment on nature-based recreation. But I have used a bottom-up approach to analyze this. I have used the visitors or the users' preference, perception, and point of view. I don't have adopted a top-down approach considering the literature of expert, the literature of a professor of university. Consequently, it's a little bit different approach to analyze this aspect. To analyze the effect of forest management practices on nature-based recreation, I've divided the structure of my presentation in 4 phases. The first phase is the literature review, a literature review on the concept of nature-based recreation and nature-based tourism strictly related to the forest resources. This is to identify different cluster of papers, different cluster of topics. And in particular, I have selected one of these in order to include the nature-based recreation and tourism concept in the framework for ecosystem services. I have used the most common, the most famous framework is the Millennium Ecosystem Assessment Framework, but also I try to highlight the connection and the difference compared to the other ecosystem services framework. The third phase is to analyze the relationship between the stand characteristic, the forest stand characteristics, and the nature-based recreation. Using and considering the preference, the perception, the opinion, the point of view of the different users, in particular the visitors and the residents. And the last phase is to highlight the effect, the impact of forest management on the stand characteristics and consequently on the user preference related to the nature-based activities. In the first step, the concept of nature-based recreation in tourism was analyzed using a bibliometric network analysis, and in particular a software, those viewer software developed in the Netherlands. For this part of the analysis, I followed 4 main steps. The first is the collection of peer-reviewed publication from Scopus using some different and combined keywords in the title, in the abstract, in the keywords of the individual peer-reviewed publication. And for this analysis, I've selected a time frame from 1981 to 2021. This is important for me to highlight the change of the different important topic and issues in the scientific literature concerning the nature-based recreation. The second step is a bibliometric network analysis approach. I've applied this approach because it's an interesting combination of the traditional bibliometric approach and the social network analysis approach. The social network analysis is a typical approach from the social science to analyze the power, the prestigious of the different actors in a network.
In these cases, I had used this network analysis approach to analyze the importance, the power of the concept related to the nature-based recreation. The third step is using the data of bibliometric network analysis. I have identified the hot topics used in the international literature over the time. For this is a technique of co-occurrence analysis to identify the hot topics. And the last step is I have created and analyzed the different network maps with the aim to identify the different cluster of topics in the scientific literature concerning the nature-based recreation in the forest resources. Now, the main results of the first phases of my analysis. This is a simple. Each person in this conference know the evolution of nature-based recreation in the scientific literature. The concept of nature-based tourism related to the forest resource has increased in the scientific literature since the late 18th. In particular, there are a publication, approximately mean value of 36 peer-reviewed publication per year. It's a good number. This is the publication, only the publication in English, not in other languages. It is specific related to the forest resources. But it's most important to highlight that in the last 4 years, the peer-reviewed publication in English have exceeded the 100 peer-reviewed articles per year. But this is only an evolution, a trend in the time, but it's important to considering also the network of different concepts in the literature. In particular, using the bibliometric network analysis, I have identified 3 closed interconnected clusters. And I have tried also to understand which is the main argument, the main subject of this cluster. In my opinion, the first one is the human dimension of nature-based recreation. This cluster is the most common in terms of number of publications, is strictly related of the different target group of tourists, the different social demographic characteristic of users. The second one is the most interesting for me, is the recreation as one of the ecosystem services provided by the natural resources. And the last one is one cluster related to the trade-offs and the synergy between the natural-based recreation in forestry and the other forest function, in particular the biodiversity conservation. And also there are a fourth cluster, but is really new, is related to the innovation, the new techniques used for the marketing of tourists related to the ecotourism, the social media, and so on. But this is a new cluster. Is the yellow one in the figures, but is probably the cluster of the future, in my opinion. This is another representation of the new hot topics in the scientific literature, considering the results of bibliometric network analysis. In particular, the evolution is the yellow one in the figures is the new topics related to the nature-based recreation, and the purple is the old. It's not really old, but is for to highlight the evolution of the different concepts, the different topics in this subject of analysis. The new one is the nature-based recreation as ecosystem services, or in particular cultural services for human well-being and health. Also, the presentation of this morning is a representation of this importance of this aspect. This group of topics have increased in the last 5 years, as well as a study focused on the recreation in the protected area, in particular for the Europe is in a Natura 2000 sites. Considering all publications identified in the literature review, only approximately the 10% of the peer review publication are focused on relationship, direct and indirect relationship between natural-based recreation and forest management practices. And now I try to analyze this particular aspect starting from the ecosystem service framework, because it's really important to frame the concept of natural-based recreation in the ecosystem service framework. Ecosystem services are defined in the literature. My favorite definition is the definition of eukinia, is the benefit provided by the ecosystem that contribute to making human life both possible and worth living. But the most common definition is the definition of the Millennium Ecosystem Service provided in 2005 to define ecosystem services as the benefit people obtain from the ecosystems. Another aspect highlighted by the reports of Millennium Ecosystem Assessment is the classification of ecosystem in 4 main categories. The first category is the provisioning services. The second one is regulating services. The third is supporting services. And the last one is cultural service. In particular, in the cultural services, defined as the non-material benefit obtained from ecosystem, there are the groups of recreation and the ecotourism. And the other 3 are defined, in particular, the provisioning services are the good provided by the natural resource, are the products obtained from the ecosystem, the natural ecosystem. For example, the timber, for the food, the fresh water, but also the wood for bioenergy production. The second one, the regulating services, are the benefit obtained from the regulation of ecosystems process. For example, the climate regulation, climate change mitigation is most common, most famous example, the water regulation, and so on. The last category, but is the most important category, is the supporting services, are the services necessary for the production of all other ecosystem services. For example, the biodiversity, the soil formation, the primary production. Considering the 4 categories of ecosystem services is important, not only from the theoretical point of view, but also from a practical point of view, because in the literature, there are 2 possible approach to analyze ecosystem services, to study ecosystem services. The first approach is the quantitative assessment of ecosystem services. The quantitative assessment includes the biophysical assessment of ecosystem services provided by the natural capital, but at the same time also the economical evaluation of ecosystem services provided by the natural capital. In these cases, starting from the biophysical data and to translate these in monetary terms. This is the quantitative assessment of ecosystem services. This is an approach used also to evaluate the nature-based recreation activities. But in my presentation, I try to use the second approach. The second approach is a qualitative evaluation. The qualitative evaluation of ecosystem services is based on the opinion of the expert, or the opinion, the perception, the point of view of the users of the resource, the stakeholders, the citizens, the users. In particular, we try to focus on the groups of cultural services, because the natural-based recreation is included in this group of services. The cultural services play a key role to the physical and biophysical well-being of the people by providing recreation opportunity, spiritual enrichment, relaxation, reflection, and so on. But the nature-based recreation have a particular importance considering and comparing to the other cultural services due to their capacity to facilitate the social interaction and to facilitate and promote the social cohesion. In particular, the nature-based recreation have 2 aspects really important in the evaluation of ecosystems, the ecosystem services. The first one is the direct economical benefit on the local and the national economy. The second one is the intangible benefit on the human health and psychology. Consequently, it's important to take in consideration both these aspects when to try to evaluate the nature-based recreation and consequently also the relationship between forest management and natural-based recreation. Now I try to show the results of a very interesting research. I have integrated this study published in 2020. It's a specific study published at the European Forest Institute, and the title is The Public Perception of Forestry and Forest-Based Bioeconomy in the European Union. But there are a chapter very interesting to evaluate it in 14 different European countries, the visitor and the citizen perception through the different ecosystem services provided by the forest. Not all European countries are considered in this study, because in some cases there are many studies, for example, Sweden, Germany. In other, there are only one study at national level. In other cases, there are only one or two studies at local level. Consequently, also the comparison is really difficult. But I have used this starting point. I have integrated with a new literature, different literature. Only these cases is specific for Europe, and I've tried to synthesize the most important results. The first one, this is the results considering the perception of the people toward ecosystem services, comparing cultural service and natural-based recreation to the other ecosystem services. The regulated services are considered the most important category by the people. The regulated service, and in particular now a key topic is the climate change mitigation. This is the most important in the opinion of the people. And the provisioning services, for example, the timber, bioenergy, food production, are considered the least important. But there are some interesting differences. The perceived importance of ecosystem services is strictly linked to the target group. For example, so the target group is the visitors or the residents or the landowners. There are different results. But the socio-demographic characteristic of respondents, in these cases, the age, the gender, the level of the education, have not really important to highlight the difference in the perception of ecosystem services. The first difference, considering and comparing the target group, is the visitors. The visitor is not a resident but is the tourist. Emphasize more the importance of cultural service, in particular emphasize really importance of nature-based recreation, but also the importance of the biodiversity conservation. Conversely, for the residents, emphasize more the importance of provisioning services and regulating services, because provisioning service and regulating services is strictly linked to the life in a specific site, because the provision service is strictly linked to the local development of one site. Another important result is that the perceived importance of the cultural service in particular is strictly related to the cultural context and the proximity to the resource. In this case, it's not the proximity geographical, not only the geographical proximity, but also the livelihood. In particular, the people from the urban area in the urbanized country emphasize more the importance of cultural services such as recreation activity, well-being, and health. The people from the rural area emphasize more another group of ecosystem services, the provisioning services. This is also related to the proximity, the importance for the livelihood of one natural resources. Just an example in this sense, I have realized a study with colleagues from the Balkans area in order to analyze the influence of the cultural and socio-demographic context on the perceived importance of ecosystem services provided by forest. In this case, we have compared 3 Balkan areas characterized by the different socioeconomic and demographic situation. One is the Shkril district in Albania, Rugova Valley in Kosovo. Both of the area have a very low population, specific in the district, and a low income. The other is in Serbia, Znanevac municipality. This area is very interesting because it's characterized urbanized people. The result is this: the respondent from the urbanized study area in Serbia emphasize more the importance of cultural services, but not only from the social or environment point of view, but in particular for the local economy. While the respondent from the rural area in Albania and the Kosovo assign a higher importance to the provisional services, because these services are related to their daily activities. This is just for to understand the cultural context, the proximity of the resource is really important to take in consideration of the importance of the different ecosystem services. And this is the first step to analyze the role of decision maker, the role of a forest manager in the selection of forest practices. Now I try to analyze the relationship between the forest management and nature-based recreation. In these cases, I have structured this framework considering also the literature identified during the literature review. The theoretical assumption is that the people are inclined to select area for recreation activity considering the peculiar landscape and the biodiversity characteristics they offer. Starting from this theoretical assumption, the key concept to analyze the impact of forest management practices on nature-based recreation is the destination attractiveness. This is the most common, the most famous definition of a destination site attractiveness, is a combination of the relative importance of individual benefit and the perceived ability of the destination to deliver individual benefit. Considering this definition and to quantify the impact, the effect of forest management treatment on the destination attractiveness, I have tried to consider the two main features. For one is the given or natural features, the second one is the man-made features. And now I try to explain the impact of the forest management strategy on both these features related to destination attractiveness. Considering the first one, the man-made feature, because it's more simple, the forest management can intervene on a full man-made features to improve the attractiveness. There's only two in particular. The first one is the accessibility. Development and the maintenance of the network of forest trail and the road is important in order to facilitate the visitor access to the forest area. The accessibility is important for the nature-based recreation, but at the same time, a network of forest trail and road is important for other functions. For example, the extraction of timber is strictly related to a synergy from these both aspects. The second one is the recreational facility, the realization of some facilities, for example, benches, table, picnic area, natural trail panels, and so on, to facilitate the recreation in one specific forest area. Now, just two examples to understand the perception of the people considering the different recreational infrastructure in a forest. The first one is from the Czech Republic. It's a very interesting report that have considered a very large number of potential recreational facility in a study area and also at the national level. In particular, the Czech Republic respondents have emphasized the importance of natural trail panels in particular and also the picnic area. But the most important, the most interesting results is that only the 5% of respondents prefer nature or forest without any human influence. Consequently, the infrastructure, the recreational infrastructure are very important, in particular in the area closest to the urban area. The second example is an example of a comparative study in Italy between two forest areas characterized by a strictly different situation. The first one is the Monte Morello forest, is a urban forest, a peri-urban forest, very close to the metropolitan area of Florence in Tuscany area. The second one, also in Tuscany area, is a semi-natural forest in the mountain. Consequently, two different situations, because the second one, the Prato Magno forest, is above 1,200 meters, and it's difficult to arrive in this site. The results of a recent publication show that the perceived importance of recreational facilities by the visitor is strictly related to the level of naturalness of the forest and also to the proximity of a urban area. For example, all respondents in the Monte Morello forest, in the urban forest closer to the Florence city, highlight the importance of all recreation infrastructure. But the situation is completely different in the Prato Magno forest. In these cases, only the trail marking are important for the tourists. The importance is only for 1/3 of the total respondents. Consequently, it is important for the decision maker and for the forest manager and planner to take in consideration also this aspect related to the site, the forest site. In the second one, I try to analyze, to explain the influence of forest management practices on the natural or given features related to the destination attractiveness. In these cases, the silvicultural treatment, the forest management practically, have an influence in particular on 6 or 7 main stand characteristics related to the accessibility and the aesthetic visual value of a natural resource. This is really important from the recreation and touristic point of view. And for the forest manager, it's important to take in consideration, in particular in the peri-urban, in the urban forest, but also in the forest with a very high recreational value. The 6 main stand characteristics are the forest system, the horizontal and the vertical stand structures, the tree distribution in the space, the tree species composition, the stand density, and the deadwood. And I try for the no-forester to define these different stand characteristics and to explain some example in the literature to outline the importance of one situation on the other situation for the visitors or for the citizens. The forest system are defined in a planned program of silvicultural treatment toward the life of a stand to achieve stand structure objective. In particular, it is important to distinguish 2 situations. In all parts of the world, there are too many situations. The first is the coppices. The coppices is generally in the broadleaf forest and are specifically used for the fuel wood production or pole production. It's a specific forest system for the timber production. The second one is the natural forest, is a typical height forest. The height forest is typical for the conifer forest, but also for many other broadleaf forest management, considering the aspect of one height forest. Considering the accessibility, generally the coppices, simple coppices or coppices with standards are difficult to access for the tourists because they have a priority productive function for the timber. Consequently, it's difficult for the tourist utilize this kind of forestry. Conversely, for the height forest is strictly related to other variables. For example, the standard density, the age of the forest, and so on. Consequently, it's difficult to analyze the accessibility of the height forest because other variables most important to influence this. From the aesthetical point of view, this is the results. This 3 point is the synthesis of the results of 3 different studies in different countries. The first is the coppices are aesthetically less appreciated than height forest due to the frequent forest maintenance activity, for example, the thinning or the forest utilization. The second one is the coppices are more appreciated by the rural people compared to the urban people, because urban people use the coppices generally for the timber production, for the fuel wood production. Consequently, have a positive perception of the coppices. But for the visitors, for the tourists, there are a negative perception of the coppices generally. The last one is the height forests are more appreciated by the females than the males. Second aspect is the stand structure. The stand structure is the distribution of the tree in a stand, considering the vertical and the horizontal spatial partner. In other words, is the size of the tree, the age, and the combination of these, because it's possible to have a an uneven edge stand or uneven edge stand. For the accessibility, uneven edge stand are more difficult to access compared to an even edge stand because there are a large number of samplings or young small tree with a diameter less than centimeters. This is difficult for the tourist use in these cases. But from the aesthetical point of view, the situation is completely different. The diversity of the forest stand structures in diameters and height of an even edge standard is aesthetically appreciated by the visitors, because generally this kind of forest is associated with the concept of naturalness. Consequently, it's difficult to access to this forest, but using the path, the forest road, on the other network of trails, is it possible to appreciate more this kind of forest. The second is that the uneven edge standards are more appreciated by the females than the males and by the young people than the old people. Now, for me, it's difficult to understand this because it's not for a forest, probably it's for a social scientist to try a conclusion for this difference.
Alessandro, we have to look at the time. You have 30 minutes already, so maybe another 2-3 minutes.
Yes, it's very quickly. For the tree distribution in the space, it's important to highlight that the situation with a random distribution of the tree in the space is preferred because it's associated to a regular and a higher level of naturalness. For the tree composition, is preferred the mixed forest. This is in all European countries. I think also in all other world country is preferred this situation because is favorite from the colors and also the visual appreciation. For the stand density and the canopy openness for the tourists, for the visitors are more appreciated than the open forest respect considering the closed forest, because this is are perceived as less safe by the visitor, generally the closed forest compared to the open forest. This is some example in the evolution of the preference from the visitors in different situations of forest stand. The undergrowth generally is not appreciated from the visitors. The dense and closed forest with abundant undergrowth is the most disliked forest type for the Finnish visitors, but also for the Italian visitors, and I think in many other situations. The last one is the deadwood. The deadwood is a difficult situation because it's strictly related to many characteristics. For this, generally is not appreciated by the visitors, but it's really important for the forest manager to take in consideration the location of the deadwood. The deadwood not close to the network of paths are not important from the recreation in forest, but viewpoint or closer to the road is really a problem for the natural recreation. And recent research comparing the results in Turkey and in Italy highlight that the preferred situation by the visitor is without deadwood. I have compared different photo, the same photo with a different increasing amount of deadwood, and generally the cleaned forest without deadwood is more appreciated by the visitors and the citizens. In the conclusion, the decision making. For the decision making is important to take in consideration the different situation, the forest and characteristics to increase the natural recreation activity. And the suggestion is the mixed and multi-layered forest with a random distribution of the tree in the space are preferred and perceived as being more natural by the visitors. High forests with a low canopy cover are more aesthetically appreciated and considered safer than closed forest. And the last one, deadwood and undergrowth, is not appreciated aesthetically and also are an obstacle to the recreational activity. Consequently, it's important to take in consideration, in particular in peri-urban and urban forest. But in final, it's important to remark, to highlight that for all these kind of decision, also in the recreational forest, also in the urban forest, is important to take in consideration the trade-off between the natural recreation and the other forest function. Thank you for your attention. This is a main reference if you have interest to consider and to analyze this aspect. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Alessandro. I think you made us all aware of things we were not aware of. We might, you know, have some considerations about that, but now seeing it so clearly and so, you know, in-depth analyzed, it's interesting. And yeah, it gives us second thoughts on where we have to, you know, plan the trails, you know, that was very good. Thanks so much. I have a look if there are questions in the audience. We take some minutes if we have questions and answers. Maybe in the meantime, before other listeners come up with a question, may I ask you, did you take into consideration the differences between like leisure on foot and leisure with mountain bikes? Is that a
yeah, yes. This is an interesting question to analyze the difference recreational activity in the different forest area. Unfortunately, there are no many studies specific for this, because the difference of the different activity provide the different group of tourists as related to the specific forest context, a specific forest end. For the biker or the trekker is related to the different condition. But I don't find a specific study to highlight the difference from the two group of students. This study is specific. Generally, more of this is from people of hiker, trekker, but not specific for biker. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know, but probably in the United States, this is specific for Europe. My study is specific for Europe. Probably in other countries are a different situation.
Because I was just thinking maybe a hiker, a walker is much more interested in the forest itself than maybe a mountain biker who sees it more as a, you know, sports equipment. You know,
yeah,
really,
probably also it's more difficult to incite to propose a questionnaire for a biker. Yeah. It's really difficult.
Run past.
For the hiker, it's more simple.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look again. No questions in the chat. Yeah, so I think you were very clear also, so that's why we don't have questions, but we have your contact and we know where to turn to if we are planning our forest trails. Thanks so much, Alessandro.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I would like to swap to the next speaker, and I think he's already online. That's Sebastian Markov from the European campus Rottalin, Deggendorf Institute of Technology. And please, Sebastian, would you like to give us information about the establishment of a cooperation network for the development of sustainable business models for the health tourism use of forests in Austria and Bavaria? That was a project in Interreg, wasn't it?
Yes, correct comment.
Sebastian.
Thank you very much. I hope that you can see me. I hope that you hear me, because I have a huge construction site right in front of my house. So my whole desk is vibrating the whole day. So I hope this will work. Yeah, thank you, Carmen. Thank you all. Also from my side, a warm welcome and grüß Gott from Lower Bavaria and almost 2 o'clock local time. As you will hopefully then see in my slides, my name is Sebastian Markov and I'm a scientific researcher at the European campus Rottalin for almost 4 years now. And for me, this is also something very special, because I was born and raised just a few kilometers away from Pfarrkirchen, where the campus is situated. So now I'm again living in my home county and also working for my home county, which is quite interesting for me. Yeah, I'm pleased that you have taken the time to learn a little bit more about our Interact project, which we are managing here at the European campus as a lead partner. So in the next few minutes, I would like to show you a little bit about the basic conditions, as well as the backgrounds and motives of our project. So why are we doing this project? And I would like to show you also some more practical insights and impressions of our daily project work. So, and finally, I would like to give you a very, very short outlook. So please do not wander during the presentation, or as long as I share my screen, I'll put down my camera for a second, so I'm not overcharging the local internet here and also the Zoom system as before, but so we can fully concentrate on the slides and on the presentation. So just give me a second that I share my screen, please. I hope this works. So I hope you can see my first slide of the presentation. Perfect, you can still hear me. So we can start now. First of all, I would like to start with a background of our Interact project and some general thoughts for you. So our project has the nice and really compact title, as Carmen said, Establishment of a Cooperation Network for the Development of Sustainable Business Models for the Health Tourism Use of Forests in Austria and Bavaria. So take a short break and a breath. But fortunately, there's also a short version of our project, which is Network, Health Tourism and Forest. As Carmen said, within the framework of an Interact funding, in the funding line Austria-Bavaria 2014-2020, which is an EU funding, our project will run until June next year, whereby we unfortunately lost a lot of time due to Corona and due to almost 1.5 years in home office, and unfortunately we won't get an extension for the project. So we have to finish next year in June. After all, a total of 14 project partners are involved in our project to different degrees, which I will go into in more detail in a moment. So when I speak of we and us, I'm referring first and foremost to our operational project team, which is made up of the following 4 institutions. That is our European campus Rottal-Inn in Pfarrkirchen, the University of Applied Sciences Upper Austria, now the Federal Forest Research Center with the Traunkirchen Forestry Training Center. I hope this is the English version of the institution. It's called Bundesforschungszentrum für Wald in Austria. And we have the Paracelsus Medical University in Salzburg. So these 4 institutions are also contributing to the project financially with equity capital, as well as each with their own professional focus and expertise. So for example, at the Institute for Ecomedicine at the PMU in Salzburg, research is being conducted into effects of natural health resources. At the Federal Forest Research Center in Austria, there we have our forestry experts who support us with a transfer of research results to forestry practice, so they are practitioners. At the university in Upper Austria, our specialists for the documentation and mapping of forest areas can be found. They have also our own study program for this, which is called Agricultural Technology and Agricultural Management. And of course, last but not least, we here at the European campus contribute our competencies and focal points in the fields of tourism, and health sciences. And as I said before, we are also active as lead partner in this project, so we also take care of the whole organizational processing of the project. So here you can see a picture of our operational team and our officials of the institutions. So as I said, our 4 different institutions and their competencies already show that we have chosen a really strong interdisciplinary approach in our project. So we have tourism, we have medicine, we have forest expertise. We have also our colleagues from the University of Upper Austria. And in addition to our project team, we also have well-known partners on board who support us with their knowledge and expertise. And now I have again to look it up. This is namely the local State Institute for Forests and Forestry, the Tourism Association of Eastern Bavaria, Upper Austria Tourism, the Office for Food, Agriculture and Forestry here around in Verkirchen, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Regions and Tourism in Austria. So this shows again that we have a real interdisciplinary approach for our project. Also for our project, we have defined 5 pilot regions in Lower Bavaria, in Upper Austria and in Salzburg. This is namely Reichenau in the Bavarian forest. This is Bad Birnbach. This is Braunau-Simbach, which is already a cross-border destination per se, and this is where I'm sitting right now in Simbach. We have the beautiful Traunsee Almtal in Upper Austria, and we have Golling in Tenningau as a pilot region. So we cover 3 different Interreg program areas. And these 5 pilot regions are very individual and each have their own specific conditions and requirements, which also makes the project work very exciting because we have different conditions in these pilot regions. As our project title and also the short title already indicate, of course, the forest is the focus of our project. So the question is, why actually forest? As also Ms. Tyrväinen today stated in her keynote, the special features of the forests and the forest atmosphere, such as air, such forest climate, temperature, biodiversity, such smells or feel, and the associated effects of a visit to the forest can have positive psychological and physiological effects on people. So, for example, regular walks with the family in the forest can have different benefits. Exercise and activity in this forest atmosphere, social interaction, less noise and air pollution, stress reduction, stimulation of the immune response. So these benefits reinforce each other and can ultimately make a visit to the forest a health promoting activity. So for us, this raises the question, of course, of whether we can derive and develop a targeted health tourism offer from it. Can we use local forest areas as health promoting environments for health tourism? Or can we provably derive health promoting offers in the forest? So this is the question why we focus on forests for us. So these guiding questions are based on the fact that from a health tourism perspective, forests can be used and visited in different ways or from different aspects. So you have here pedagogy and education, you have health promotion and prevention, therapy and rehabilitation, as well as tourism, leisure and sports. So the basis from our point of view for a serious health tourism offer development is in each case the combination of activity and movement in the forest with specific applications, supplements or offers. So, and also according to the individual circumstances and the structures in the respective destinations or pilot regions, these can even be focused on different target groups. So the decisive factor, however, is always, and as I will say in the next slide, also the commitment and the cooperation of local stakeholders who are involved in this context of health, tourism and forest. Still short background to the perspectives of forest use. For example, in the field of education, we can think of guided hikes by an experienced forest mediator who imparts, for example, a wide variety of knowledge or content, or social institutions that visit forests for integrative reasons, or of course trained forest mediators who invite and guide people to experience and participate, the so-called do-it-yourself. So this is an education approach for forest visits. We have in the area of effective health promotion and prevention, it can be walks or hikes, so that is activity and movement, for example, in combination with targeted relaxation exercises or mindfulness procedures, so guided by a trained forest health trainer. Under the perspective of tourism and leisure, we have forest and hiking tours combined with sporting activities or other forest-related activities, as well as already links to existing or planned attractions, such as, for example, a treetop way or an observation tower. And finally, the area of therapy. Therapeutic visits as a supplement to stationary therapy, for example, against burnout, against depression, anxiety, addiction, or also rehabilitative forest visits against chronic pain. So for us and our project, there are many approaches and possibilities to use the forest for health tourism and to think of health tourism offers. Again, that's important is always the combination of exercise or activity in the forest and a targeted application or measure or offer as a basis. So this is the main idea, which is really important. If we now want to develop or to establish health tourism offers, we always move in the respective pilot regions in our project context, which is forest, health, and tourism, whereby, of course, the destination itself or the pilot region or the community itself must also be included. So with all the stakeholder groups from forest, from tourism, from the health sector, and from the community, we consider whether and which health tourism ideas or offers or approaches can be possible and purposeful on site. Important and way leading for us in the project is that the offers and approaches are sustainable. For example, not driving 1,000 people into the forest at once. That the approaches are provably health promoting for forest visitors, so have some kind of medical evidence, and that they offer added value for all the stakeholders involved in the destination pilot region. So offer a win-win situation in some form. What can this added value be? For example, added value for forest stakeholders, raising awareness of forest visitors, alternative forest use, visitor guidance, green jobs, cooperation opportunities, or added value for the local tourism, expansion of recreational offerings, additional value creation, positioning opportunities, and of course also added value for the demand side, so for locals or guests or tourists, that is nature-based health promoting recreation, getting health knowledge, and also awareness raising. So these are the important and way leading approaches for us. So again, in this context, forest mediators play an essential role for us in our project. Forest mediators means for us trained forest coaches, forest educators, forest health trainers, forest therapists. So this is just a wording for us in our project, forest mediators, where we sum up all the different forest people. So it is essential that these forest mediators accompany and carry out the health tourism offers. For example, hikes with guided exercises in the forest. So in order to ensure the desired effect, health promoting effect, and the added value to the stakeholders. So at the same time, we see these forest mediators as an important local interface between forest owners, tourism, the community, and health institutions. So they act as an important link from our perspective. In this context of forest tourism, health, and community, my team and my colleagues and I are now devoting ourselves to the pilot regions in two ways. So on the one hand, through analysis and research. So we look at which stakeholders we have on site and can involve. We document the local forest areas. We analyze the existing tourism infrastructure. We look at which legal challenges have to be taken into account in local forest use. We also consult medical studies and reputable publications on forest offerings and associated health effects. And we also look for best practice examples that are already working. On the other hand, we also have concrete operational project modules on site, including conducting a clinical study on forest effects in a special setting through our colleagues from the PMU. We are collecting data from surveys of forest owners, of forest mediators, and potential guests. We're visiting the forest areas and also local stakeholders in the pilot regions. We are also taking drone footage in the process. We are organizing important workshops or network meetings with the stakeholders to consider and discuss together and ultimately we let this flow into a possible offer or product development in the 5 individual pilot regions. So if we start from the context, forest, health and tourism just mentioned, it becomes clear that we have to involve many local as well as regional or super regional stakeholders, for example, the East Bavaria Tourism Association. Without their participation on the one hand, and the joint further implementation on the other hand, target-oriented offers seem really difficult to implement from our point of view. So it is necessary to pull together. It will be difficult to implement the program or any approach on the basis of individual stakeholders just. So a local stakeholder network is therefore needed. This can and should, from our point of view, consist of all the stakeholders involved, which is forest owners, forest mediators, tourism, health institutions, and the local community. As an example, here we can see a stakeholder network that we have researched and contacted in order to have the most important contacts, the information and the background for the pilot region of Braunau-Simbach, where I'm just sitting. And you see that we have all the different stakeholders from tourism, from forest, from health institutions, and also from the community. So for every pilot region, we have already a huge network. And of course, we are always letting this network grow in all the pilot regions, also across the border, of course. So that was still rather theoretical by now. So I would now like to show you briefly more in a practical way how our project and the daily project work looks like. So as already mentioned before, we analyze our 5 pilot regions, and we first look at which forest and natural areas are basically located there in the pilot regions and could also be suitable for us in our project. So ideally, we focus on specific, on tangible, or on nearby forest areas. Here, using the example again of Braunau-Simbach. Here we find different forest and nature areas, but we focus especially on the very special Schellenberg, which is here the red spot above on the screen left, on the picture left. So through site visits, we get a picture of the forest areas on site. We research and collect data with the help of our partners, and we already coordinate with local stakeholders. So the picture in the middle is input and data by our partners from the state forestry. So based on this documentation and on the research we do, and especially on the individual condition and circumstances in the pilot regions, we jointly consider possible ideas and approaches on how we could use and of course valorize these forest areas for health tourism. So on these 3 pictures, you can see the process from the big picture left to the detail on the right. And here you can see once again the same process on the basis of the pilot region of Neureichenau in the Bavarian forest, where we have defined and examined various areas and have gone into further detail for the area around the Riedelsbach Reservoir, which is the picture on the right side, as this area would be ideally suited for possible health tourism implementations. So what involves a lot of work, but it's extremely exciting, are the surveys we conduct in the course of the project. As I said, a concrete health tourism use of the forest includes different actors. Those who want to visit and use the forest, so guests, tourists, locals, of course, those who ultimately own the forests, like private forest owners in particular, in addition to forestry institutions, and of course, those who act as a link and are active there, namely the forest mediators. So with the help of the surveys, we want to try to capture as broadly as possible the perspectives regarding health tourism use in the pilot regions and in other destinations. So for example, what does the general public think about such forest visits? What activities do they pursue in the forest? What motives lead them to the forest? What demands do they have on the forest and the forest visit, or how often do they go to the forest? what do forest owners think about the project context of health tourism and forest and additional health tourism use in addition to the actual management? Would they even be willing to make their forest somehow available for our purpose? Do they impose certain conditions for this? So this is all important questions for us. And last but not least, the forest mediators who are out and about in the forests with the guests and visitors. What training do they have? How do they implement the training in the forest? What offers do they provide? How do they see the interaction between forest, health and tourism and between the stakeholders on site? Or what ideas and suggestions do they already have for us, for our ideas and approaches? As also indicated, we try, as far as Corona allows, to move around in the forest areas, in the pilot regions, and see for ourselves, document and assess the forest and the forest areas. In doing so, we also meet on the ground with forest owners, with forest mediators, with local stakeholders, and we openly exchange with them possible ideas and approaches. We also have anchored a clinical study in the project, which is being carried out by our medical partner, the Paracelsus Medical University in Salzburg. In the course of this study, possible health promoting effects of forest visits are investigated. So thereby basic effects are examined, as well as whether there are substantial differences between a forest area with water and a forest area without water. So here in the project, this was realized in the forest area around the Gollinger waterfall in Tenningau, south of Salzburg, as well as in the forest in Bad Birnbach, where we don't have any water or waterfalls. There, with the same groups of participants, a day program consisting of a forest hike of several hours with additional guided exercises was carried out in Golling and in Bad Birnbach. And the participants were interviewed before and after the program and also examined on certain parameters. But still, the evaluation of the clinical study is currently in progress. So I can't give more input by now, unfortunately. Also in the project, we have a drone in use via our colleagues at the Upper Austrian University to fly over and to map forest areas in the pilot regions from above, which is really interesting. On the one hand, this serves to better assess forest areas. On the other hand, the colleagues are trying to find some kind of serious ways to better document and analyze forest areas in the future. So, for example, doing an analysis of concrete vegetation on site in a kind of pilot project in our project. They are also trying, and this is very, very interesting, especially for me as a technical idiot, to convert two-dimensional pictures, which they took with a drone, into 3D models. This is really interesting, but they're still working on it. And also important, in each pilot region, we are also in continuous exchange with the contact persons and stakeholders, of course. In addition, we also hold a special workshop in each pilot region where we invite local and regional stakeholders, experts, and interested parties from the forest, health, tourism, and community sectors to jointly consider and discuss with us whether and how local forests could be used for health tourism purposes. So I hope I can give you a short insight into the actual project. I would like to close with a short outlook on what the actual results of the project should be and how it will continue. So as mentioned before, we are analyzing the results from the various surveys. We are developing possible individual approaches for the 5 pilot regions, of course, taking into account the different surveys and also our clinical study. Ultimately, all of these findings are to come together in a kind of transferable guideline that other destinations and regions can also work with and assess whether and how a health tourism use of local forests appears possible in these destinations. All of these findings and results will also be made available specifically on the online platform and as well as presented at a symposium at the end of the project in June next year. So as said in the beginning, our project will officially run until June 2022. But of course, even beyond that, we want to continue to work on the existing context of forest health and tourism, which is our project context, to establish a long-term cross-border network and perhaps to initiate exciting follow-up projects. So if you are interested, please feel free to contact us at any time. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Sebastian. It was really interesting.
Thank you.
I'm sure that there will be questions coming up in the chat. Not so much today. So our speakers are very clear, it seems.
Too much input, maybe.
No. How could we, formulate insider questions for us? Like, would you be thinking of carrying on with the project? You must be more or less at the end.
The problem is that, of course, Corona has cost a lot of time for us, but we've tried our best. 1.5 years out of the home office, which is quite difficult to implement such a forest-based project when you're sitting in a home office. But we have researched a lot, and we have collected 15.9 gigabyte of data, which are lying now on our Nextcloud. And now that the most difficult part is to bring this all together, to sum this up in a good way, so that everybody understands it and that we have something we can hand out. And this is in the end our guideline. And this will be now the huge challenge to sum all this input up from the surveys, from the clinical study, from the drone footage, from our workshops and networks, to put this onto paper. This will be the most challenge for the next weeks, for the next months. And also there's, as it is an Interreg project, there's always a lot of administration with the Interreg and the EU. So half of my time I'm just writing emails and having phone calls with the EU to make everything work.
Fine, yeah. Now we do have questions in the chat. Let's have a look. So Miguel says, interesting presentation, Sebastian. Which stakeholder is having more reticences to cooperate? I don't know the word reticences. I would say would have more problems with cooperation. Yeah.
Interesting question. It really is so that, of course, different stakeholders also in the pilot region have different opinions and ways of thinking. And as we talk of forests, forests are often in private property. So this is private property, and of course, forest owners are in most cases very skeptic if we talk to them to open their forests for tourists, for locals, for residents, or for whatever. So I would say mostly the forest owners are more skeptic. Of course, our tourism stakeholders have a different view on all this, because they are more proactive. But it's interesting for us that in the pilot regions, those stakeholders do not seem to have worked together by now. So we are really the first input to get all these stakeholders together on one table, to think globally, to think interdisciplinary in together. So this is really interesting. And I think in the pilot regions, the biggest milestone is really to get all the stakeholders together.
Very interesting. Yeah, very good. I see the same in our projects.
And it can only work if you have all stakeholders together. It won't work if we act as a consulting corporation and say you have to do this, then it will work. No, we have to explore approaches and ideas together, including all stakeholders. This is the only way it can really sustainably work.
And here you might have a very different range of owners, like from very big state-owned to very big, maybe rich, families, and then the small farmers who, own their bits. So not easy. There is Anne-Sophie asking, do you know similar projects, for example, in the Nordics?
Honestly, and actually, no, not concrete. But this is something that you could, or we could talk to for sure, Miss Tyrväinen, who is really into this. And then again, I enjoyed the keynote and the presentation that by Miss Tyrväinen, which also our project is somehow based on.
So maybe an idea for a future Interreg-Europe cooperation, who knows?
Yeah, as I said, we are looking forward to follow up project and the next step. So to explore the network even further than Bavaria and Austria. So in all directions, feel free.
Super. And then one question again from Miguel: in which way do you plan to reward or compensate to the private owners, or is that planned at all?
This is one of the most critical questions that we have also in our project, because in our pilot regions, it is normally so that it's really small structure. That means that we have a lot of private forest owners. Most times very small areas. So if you plan any approaches or ideas, you normally would to have involved 50, 100, 150 private forest owners. So financial compensation seems really difficult and really hard. But in our idea, we also have some best practice insights that it works if you somehow compensate or if you cooperate with the private forest owners. For example, if a community says, open your forest for our purposes, but we will care for your forest, so that the forest owner does not have to put personal work on. So this is our approach what works really good here, for example, in Lower Bavaria. So some kind of cooperation between the community, municipality, and the forest owner. This is also approach what we think.
Super, thanks very much. I have a look if there is any more hands raised up. No, so thank you, Sebastian, and thanks for your technical input, and good luck for networking in the future and carrying on in Interreg projects.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Carmen.
So I hand over back to Christian Steckenbauer, and I say thank you for this afternoon so far, and we hop right into the next presenter, Iride Azara from Great Britain.
Many thanks. Many thanks to the presenters. Many thanks to Carmen for doing the moderation, and I now have the honor to continue and to take over. Thank you, Carmen. And we come to our next presentation. Welcome, Iride. Great to have you with us. I may say a few words for those few who do not know you so far. Iride is, where do I have it? You are an active international researcher with an extensive research background. Your field are the changing dynamics of cultural tourism practices, heritage festivals and events, and how they can be used for revitalization of communities and destinations in a sustainable way. I hope I summarized that in a way that is appropriate to your work.
Thank you, and thank you for everyone that's joined in. I have a little bit of a technical, just in housekeeping message. I am not in the office. I have the lovely background that shields me from my home. Technically under the stairs, that's my office. And I also have a very young puppy. So I put my hands up just in case he starts barking. You're gonna have to tolerate me. I'll try to make it as entertaining as possible. But I just want to let you know, unfortunately, this is the wonders of COVID, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to try and share my screen without further ado. I think I hopefully can remember how to use Zoom. Please do let me know once you see, if you see.
Yes.
Fabulous. Yeah,
Perfect.
perfect. Yeah, it's really exciting about it. Absolutely. Right, okay, so let me move you on one side so that I don't mess up with my computer. And the title of my presentation, I probably, for those of you that know me, I tend to talk forever. And there you go, the presentation is already going on its own. But let me go back. The title of my presentation is called, very broadly, Tourism Encounters in National Parks and Exploring Social Impacts of COVID-19. This is part of a larger study, and these, in fact, are a few considerations that accompanied me since, I guess, the 23rd of March, which would have signified the beginning of lockdown. I live in the UK, I live in the middle of a beautiful national park. And as I spent a lot of time working, or I should have said squatting, in my son's bedroom, as it quickly became my office, I had plenty of opportunity to look at what was happening in relation to tourism and tourism encounters in National Park. A series of initiatives, obviously, is not just the thinking and enjoying the beautiful countryside. I've spawned up out of that, and a series of international collaborations are ongoing. But I just thought I'll bring you back, and I'll use this opportunity to, I guess, forward in a very, very different style from the two presenters that have preceded me, some thoughts about, obviously, what I mean by tourism encounters in national parks. And I guess the best way for me to start is I guess, to position very much what I describe very loosely as a complex and very dynamic relationship, which loosely falls around the umbrella of tourism encounter. And the focus is very much on exploring the role of what we called the host and guests, the local cultural intermediaries, as well as, of course, specific tourism settings, and how they interplay in the articulation of discourses that for me are very, very important, and they're still resonating today, of nature-based tourism. And of course, I want to try and position some of this in the context of, obviously, national parks, and in the context of what we are still experiencing, a COVID pandemic. Now, before I go any further, and I think this is important for me to state, in this presentation, I am drawing very heavily from the definition of Professor David Crouch, when in 1999 he defined a tourism encounter as one that occurs between several things. It occurs between people and spaces, here being, of course, the spaces of tourism within a national park, but it also occurs amongst people as socialized, embodied subjects, and in context in which tourism obviously is available. Here's our national park. Now, for me, to start defining a tourism encounter in such a way, it actually allows me to unpack, explore, discuss with you, highlight how people, and in a context of a national park, how locals, how tourists, how local communities, how cultural agencies, what are called cultural intermediaries, so different sorts, different organizations, actively are still making sense of the world around them, of what is happening, negotiating, if you wish, at both a social and an individual level, and through embodied encounters and performative practices, their experiential encounters, obviously, with national parks. It's a different take, but I argue that this discussion hopefully will provide you with food for thoughts. And in fact, I hope it will provide a different perspective to the examination of social impacts that, of course, since the beginning of the COVID pandemic have started at all levels, European level, obviously the UK, we Brexited, so we're doing our own social impact, but at all level, local level, regional level, global level. And these analysis of social impacts of tourism on communities, of course, are important because, of course, the more we understand it of what is happening, and in this context in relation to tourism as it happens in a national park, the more we can suggest actions, which is fundamentally aligns with all the major calls, UNWTO, the UNEP, and so on and so forth, all larger organizations that are calling to re-envision a future that perhaps is a more sustainable one. Okay, so I thought I'll start with this because obviously for me is absolutely essential. And then let's start very much with the discussion. Now, I think it's important to remember that, you know, national parks, obviously in my context, I will focus very much in the context of the UK, but national parks are an asset and a resource across the world. In Europe alone, I think it was Schegner, sometimes in 2006, that said that an estimated 449 national parks across Europe attracted an estimated of 2 billion visitors per year, generating, I think it was a total annual sector contribution of 14.5 billion. Now, stats figures vary, depending on, of course, which particular body and organizations you follow through. However, these particular figures are interesting because, of course, in the context of the UK, you find them pretty much, perhaps in a smaller scale, but reproduced. And of course, you know, in the UK alone, national parks welcome very much over, 100 million a year, visitors a year. Now, in this presentation, as I said, I focus on tourism encounters in the context of the UK and obviously national parks, although the UK has not only national parks, but also designated area of outstanding beauty and other protected areas. But national parks in the UK are interesting examples because they do differ heavily from other categories too across the world. Many of the national parks in the UK, and especially the example that I will very quickly follow through, actually are living organisms where not only they are designated of area of conservation and protection, but they are actually living area. I do live in the middle of a national park. I work in a national park. Perhaps my university is on the outskirts of a national park, but technically my office is bang on in the middle. But there are quarries, there's farming, there's agriculture, there's lots of activities that obviously complement the traditional, what you would expect, the tourism hospitality industries, and alongside obviously conservation activities. So they're living organisms, and they're interesting case studies, especially in I hope in this presentation, to start articulating and highlighting issues of conflict. Now, I said that I will focus on national parks in UK, but of course, and tourism in national parks in UK. But of course, as I was telling you before, in a similar vein to the UK, Europe as well has long recognized our national parks are not only critical for ecosystem protection and conservation, and indeed human well-being, both philosophical might be, but physical and of course, psychological. But they are indeed important spaces for tourism and leisure and recreation. They indeed are, or if you want, you can conceive them as interesting recreational spaces that quite conveniently offer visitors accessible opportunities to experience relatively pristine nature and natural-based resources that of course promote happier and healthier humans, and of course, they are endorsed by a multitude of stakeholders, may this be public, private, and non-for-profit organizations. The sideline that, of course, the presence of tourism also generates important positive economic and sociocultural benefits to the local populations that reside within the boundaries in the context of the UK. This is very important. They do attract quite a lot of visitors, and I told you earlier on, that do attract in the pre-pandemic would have been an average of 100 million visitors per year. In the context of the case study that I'll be focusing on today, the Peak District National Park, which is bang on in the middle of the England and the UK altogether, we're looking at 20 million per year. Normally, and visitors to the UK national parks are pretty much domestic. In fact, they actually are around 68%, or this was according to national park statistics pre-pandemic, around 68% of visitors which are families. They mostly come in a group. They come with their kids, or they come with friends, family, or a lot of them actually do come and walk on their own, especially if they work or they live in major conurbation areas and they don't live too far. Now, interestingly, although the National Parks Association and National Parks UK would like to say that they also attract a huge amount of international tourists, if you were to contrast it and compare it to other realities, our national parks only have a minimal pool for international tourists. Now, you could think of this as a negative, or you could think of it as a missed opportunity. But actually, I like to focus very much on the reality of what national parks are and means for a UK citizen, for a UK resident. National parks are obviously in a time of scarcity of resources and in a time of continuous pressure for urban development. And in UK, there's a constant battles for, building up on green spaces and expanding. They are a very, very coveted resource, and many of visitors that come use it very much as green spaces. This is not just a tagline of our Prime Minister at the moment, but green spaces to rejuvenate, recuperate, and have a happy day out with the family, explore and walk, hike. There's lots of activities that you can do within our national parks. Many of our visitors, therefore, are domestic, and many of them actually do come and rent holiday lets. Although, obviously, if you live close to a national park, you can come for a day out for, you can come at 8 o'clock or at 9 o'clock. There's no boundaries in terms of time. And then with the car, you can go back. Many come from London, insofar as the Lake District or the Peak District, or depending on how far you want to go and how far you can come back within, obviously, your time commitments. So there are quite a lot of visitors, but the visitors to the national parks of the UK traditionally follow particular rules. They don't follow them very well. The impacts are always present. Not all visitors do park appropriately in the national parks. And of course, scarcity of resources will determine the fact that car parks and car spaces are always limited. Many day visitors don't go walkabout in the Peak. We have a wonderful right of way legislation that enables, obviously, across the Countryside Act, which has been enforced since 1930 and has gone through various rounds of updating, one of it last year, that allows, obviously, visitors to engage with the national park, to fundamentally with an OS map, to go walk about. You have to know your styles, you have to read the signs, you have to know where to turn left or where to go. But if you are on, you also have to understand whether if you are on a bike or a mountain biker, you can go along that trail, or whether you'll end up really upsetting the farmer that will chase you with a gun, or whether you are, for example, a walker, and whether you're going to end up getting lost at night. So sometimes these things happen, but I guess the right or wrong, which is a big right for the UK, is, and for the users of national parks, the core users of the UK national parks, it's very much something to hold dear. Now, what I'm telling you this is because it's important for us to understand all of this before I move on to discuss what exactly is happening and what has COVID done to this particular reality. Because indeed, COVID has changed dramatically and is still changing, arguably dramatically, the relationship of visitors, but also locals, towards tourism, towards each other, towards tourism, towards the whole understanding of nature-based tourism within the context of national parks. Okay, so with that said, let me introduce you to the case study that I would like to talk to you about. This is where I live, and it is called the Peak District National Park. If you are wondering about my accent, obviously I am not indigenous of the place. I originally come from probably the opposite direction. I come from a Mediterranean country, and I come from Italy originally, and I come from an island called Sardinia. So I was born by the coast, and I did half of my life looking at blue. The rest of my life, as it's turning up, is looking at the greeneries and living inside a national park. It's quite fascinating. But I've been living within this national park now for a very long time, and I've got 15 years now. And I started to become accustomed, and I started to get really quite fond of the area. And I started to get familiar with what exactly is the national park. For any of you that have never been to the Peak District, maybe will never be, although I would encourage you to come and visit. It's absolutely fantastic. The national park holds a particular significance. This year, I think it was last year, but we're still celebrating. We're really excited because of COVID. The extended celebration of 70 years of existence of the Peak District National Park. This was the first national park instituted within the UK, and as we were coming after, the recovery of Second World War and pressures of development and modernization, we're starting to actually put quite a lot of, and also urbanization and people traveling away. We're starting to put a lot of questions, raising questions in terms of what do we do and how do we protect, obviously, our own resources, and especially environmental resources such as that. So it is renowned for being the first designated UK national park in UK. Maybe it's not as famous as the Lake District. We don't have the same poets, etc. But it is definitely a very interesting case study to start unpacking much of the discussions that I would like to show you today. Now, the Peak District National Park, it is bang in the middle. So it's a landlocked national park. Is as far as you can think of from the sea, and technically is bang on in the middle of England, although we call it UK, but as you know, there's often quite a lot of emphasis and not necessarily an understanding that England is technically only just one county and country within the UK. Still, it covers an area of 555 miles or square miles, and it's very big. It covers a multitude of actually counties, and obviously the way it is structured, it stretches as far as in the north to Manchester, and on the other side as much as Sheffield, on the right side to Nottingham, to Derby, the university, obviously, and so on and so forth. So it's actually surrounded by very gigantic conurbation or inurbation areas that hold millions of people that technically have a playground or a very neatly accessible form of recreation on their own doorstep. So the fact that obviously the park is protected is important, because it obviously affords the public, the visitor, an opportunity to get familiar with a variety of wild landscapes that stretch from the moors, mountains, woodlands, and so on and so forth. Technically, it's not very dissimilar to any other parks in the UK, insofar that, again, as I said, it is a living landscape with many private landowners, farmers, business operators, and local residents, including me, maintaining a particular living inside the park. So in the context of my presentation, the Peak District actually exemplifies, I argue, many of the challenges that UK national parks in specific have been facing in terms of, even pre-pandemic, in terms of recombining and managing the needs for obviously conservation and enhancing the nation's natural and cultural resources, as well as, of course, the needs for tourism, recreation, and obviously the needs for development, which is appropriate to the local communities that stay. Let me see if I can move on to the next slide, and hopefully the computer has not decided. All of this, of course, it matters, and it did matter until the 23rd of March, and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom officially declared Britain in the midst of COVID pandemic and urged the population to take every measure possible to stay safe, stay home, and protect the national health system. Of course, protecting it from collapsing, from the gigantic spike of people that were falling ill because of the pandemic. Again, similar to other countries, the UK, in a very quick, short time, although potentially other countries started a little bit earlier than us, but potentially in a matter of weeks, began discovering and negotiating, the immediate, and also began unpacking some of the midterm effects of the COVID pandemic at both societal and individual level. So from an initial moment of elation, we don't go to work anymore, to quickly followed with what do we do with these kids because they are now at home. From an initial moment of, oh my God, that's exciting, it doesn't matter because I perhaps live in the national park, or I can go out on my park, to, oh, but I'm getting fed up of staying in my own area. I want to go far. Everything had to be reconsidered, everything had to be rediscussed, everything had to be renegotiated. And in the time lapse of this negotiation, that did not necessarily often coincide with the decrees and the legislation that followed from government advice, actually did create quite a lot of anxiety and quite a lot of panic, and posed quite a lot of stress altogether to the 60 million people that live currently within the UK. Now, one of the first responses in terms of panic, in terms of national parks and responses to the national lockdown, as we call it, lockdown 1, was, national park authorities, in this case, and a big park authority, producing advertisements and splattering it everywhere on social media, major websites, radio, TVs, about please do not travel to the national park, do not even attempt to travel. You're putting your life at risk, you're putting other people's at risk, and you're actually putting a strain to the emergency services. Should you get hurt, get lost, should you have any trouble, should your car get stuck in whatever, there is nobody physically that can come and help you. There will of course be, but it might take you hours. And these instances did happen, and they are part of the discussion. But of course, this particular message was not necessarily new. All national parks authorities across the UK and pretty much across the world, they follow more or less the same guidelines, and more or less it was expected, I guess, reactive behavior. Yet, after the initial weeks of panic from a population point of view, especially in the context of the UK and in the context of the Peak District National Park, we witnessed a massive and dramatic increase in traditional, non-traditional, I should have said, visitor numbers, and directly as a consequence of the national lockdown imposed by the UK government. Whilst in principle, all of this may be a good thing. If you live only around Manchester, and technically it's 40 minutes, 50 minutes. You live in Sheffield and 20 minutes drive, you're in the Peak. It technically doesn't pose much problems. Practically, when across the country, people are being told to stay home, this generated quite a lot of conflict. So, affected by the obligations to stay local and by local governments and politicians' encouragement to go out from your own house to keep fit, to use your parks, to walk around the blocks, to try and get fresh air, to maintain psychological and physical levels of fitness and well-being, people started getting increasingly frustrated and started actually being a little bit loose with their interpretation of what it meant to go out in the outdoors. And so large numbers of visitors or non-traditional visitors, probably visitors that for many never visited the national park before, even and despite it being around the doorstep, started engaging with this. I think these images give you a variety of the landscapes of those 555 miles or square miles, I keep saying miles, the square miles that exist. There are areas, it is a gigantic national park, it's not fenced, you can come and you can go and you can spend days without seeing anybody. Clearly, if you're a traditional visitor, you know where to go. And in a time of COVID, many traditional visitors did abide by the rule, did not come, especially in the initial, following the initial advice, and did not come until late May and early June, when we had other problems. But panicking, non-traditional visitors flocked into the Peak District. They did not have the OS maps, neither the knowledge, neither the understanding, and quite frankly, the care to actually negotiate. So many of them did exactly like any other tourist will do. They flocked to hotspot destinations. And hotspot destinations are, in a normal scenario without COVID being there, are fully developed. Obviously, it's a national park, so they're not gigantic in terms of services provision, but they do offer extensive hospitality and tourism services, as you would expect it. But these hotspot destinations were not prepared. In fact, everything was closed. So towns, hamlets, they had no toilets for a start. There were no car parks open because local council had closed them down. Police was patrolling, very little. There's not enough money in the UK to patrol a national park, so very little, but nonetheless, police was patrolling. I was maintaining and trying to diffuse these queues, but queues kept coming. So in this process of, looking for this and wanting to explore this particular imagery at the doorstep, many of these visitors actually time and again disregarded restrictions or limitations on national park usage established by not just simply national park authorities, but local councils. There are now 9 counties that technically deal with the Peak District National Park, that liaise with our Peak Park Authority. Now, this phenomenon, it's not peculiar to the Peak District National Park. It happened everywhere in the UK, but it also, I know, it happened very much, as we discussed with our colleagues across the world. I know it happened in Germany, a recent study that looked very much at similar unpacking social issues, highlighted in Germany, for example, that in the Black Forest National Park, they recorded a 50% increase in visits between actually April and June when compared to the previous period in 2019. So this is something that you could argue was an immediate reaction to, obviously, impositions by national lockdown. However, in the context of the Peak District National Park, this sudden increase in visitation, it combined technically with increase in resident usage, because everybody was at home, we were all stuck at home, and importantly, the closure of tourism and hospitality services resulted in a very short period of time, not only in significant environmental and sociocultural impacts to the localities, but frankly, in a heightened sense of conflict between visitors and the locals, and those within the local categories, and the Peak Park Authority and the government, and so on and so forth. Now, the Peak District is a major popular site. It attracts more than 22 million people a year. It's not that is a site that is actually, or a park that has never experienced issues. This morning we were discussing over-tourism. It's never experienced over-tourism. Over-tourism actually has been highlighted as also happening and increasingly happening in the context of national parks. The Peak District National Park does suffer from over-tourism. The traditional summer bank holidays, the traditional Christmas holidays, is cyclical. We have peak seasons, summer seasons. We have moments where everything gets congested. Plus, it being a national parks, if you want to go and see, transportation is not particularly great. You need to have your car technically you don't. The majority of people use their cars altogether. Using the cars creates further congestion and puts pressure on honeypots, villages, destinations. Everybody wants to go and see the key natural sites or cultural sites. So of course, strains on how to achieve sustainable tourism development in the context of a protected area such as national park and in the Peak District in specific always existed and always was the case. But of course, this was not a traditional situation. This was obviously post, I guess, normality, post 23rd of March. And the weeks had passed and we were moving on really at the beginning of April and May, and things were no easing, were actually getting a lot worse. So what we started seeing is, especially around the beginning of April and the beginning of, and between the end of April and beginning of May, how local authorities, but also local people started to take it upon themselves to go onto social media. Now there is, don't get me wrong, now a social media strategy endorsed by the Peak Park Authority and obviously directed by the government that is aimed to help visitors to navigate and show respect, navigate obviously impacts and show respect to the places that they're visiting. But that particular strategy, and in terms of how to deal with social media and how to deal with the pressures of a COVID pandemic, did not happen until the summer of 2020, when we had another peak. So at these initial stages, it was very much about all man for himself, and everybody was talking, but nobody was really listening to each other. So local authorities, I could say in this particular snapshot, took it to social media, mostly Facebook and Twitter, but also local councils, conservation agencies, climbers groups, special interest groups, and so on and so forth. They were all talking and going onto social media to urge people to stay away. And the more people were listening, the more they were reading, the more the national media then cottoned up into this, the more the level of resentment from a tourist, from a non-traditional, from a user, COVID-induced visitor to a national park was rising. Because of course, nobody likes to be told in a time of a pandemic, don't go, don't even go there. And issues of rights and ownership to a common property started to become really important. Now, these are significant issues that have yet to be fully unpacked, but they do point, and bear with me, to other issues. Because from a local point, from a visitor point of view, we are talking about issues of ownership and rights of access to common well-being and health and resources, cultural resources, etc. On the other side, from a local population left in this particular situation with no particular direction, they also started, and I hate to use the they versus them, the us versus them, and etc. This is, of course, we all know it in social impact is such a fictitious imposition. Nonetheless, it was almost tangible. We often saw, I couldn't take pictures and videos and put them in this presentation of arguments. It doesn't seem very appropriate for GDPR purposes. Nonetheless, arguments did happen between locals and visitors. And locals took them upon themselves to print out, to crowdfund, to print out signs telling tourists, visitors to stay away. Whatever terminology they were using, it didn't matter. The trail is closed. Please don't even ride, whoever you are. Simultaneously, and it is a common human behavior, the more people were told to stay away, the more they were coming. And of course, the more they were coming, the more they were identifying the fact that the whole national park was technically a national park, but nothing more than that. The countryside was there, the open air was there, but there were no toilets, there were no facilities, there were no car parks, there was no rangers patrolling, there were no other additional services. It was a resource. And so whilst it mattered for many that you know, the national park was there, for many more, over the course of the few months that followed, people flocked to the only places that they could think they could do tourism. They flocked even more to honeypot destinations. Oops, sorry, I'm going further. We don't want to show you too much of the impact, but they flocked to the places that you would expect them to be. They came to honeypot destinations, important villages such as Bakewell, Hathersage, across the national park. They played in the rivers, despite these rivers being protected, designated areas of outstanding beauty and protected and reserved. They brought their dinghies, they brought their rubbish, and they fundamentally behaved as somebody, not my place to tell, because I don't want to go into this. I want you to think about it as to, you know, it's not a matter of which right it is. There are different reasons as to why they were behaving, but nonetheless, the impacts that you see and the social impacts that you can see, ranging from litter to erosion to all sorts of potential arguments and car park traffic congestions, stopping ambulances, the more you can think of it, the merrier it happened all through the months. Now, this behavior does raise important questions as to, obviously, and it did start raising important questions in terms of the planning, implementation, the long-term management of visitation, forms of visitation, and especially new forms of visitation contextual to the national park. But there's an argument that these potential impacts have been witnessed across national parks everywhere. Because of course, the argument is that if you don't manage this impact, you know, you technically, on one side, you might have a lot of people that come for enjoyment of obviously this fresh air and this beautiful common resource. But on the other side, you're technically nullifying the very efforts of bringing some positive efforts for conservation, for well-being, for development, and so on and so forth. Despite all of these discussions, it was a very early day, and despite time and again, local regional councils, conservation agencies, national parks lamented time and again examples of, you know, increased environmental degradation, pollution, heavy disruption to local wildlife, to fauna, a general sense of sociocultural degradation that was tangible when you just went to the supermarket and talked to your local neighbors, and an overall decrease in perception of local community quality of life was becoming very tangent, and it was all due to the presence of the tourists. This is interesting because, of course, you know, after an initial moment of shock and an initial realization from the local perspective that all their efforts were not leading anywhere and anyway, and commentary started populating themselves and increasing exponentially through social media, verbally as well. But the best way to record it, this part of this presentation, I should have said it before, is the outcome of an initial study that we conducted between 23rd of March and technically the August 2020. So capturing more or less the effects of the first lockdown and starting of the opening. This study is still ongoing, and we analyzed something around the line of 12,000 social media comments, pitting locals or local residents. It's hard to say who is a local resident here, but pitting local residents versus they perceive themselves visitors or tourists. And of course, you know, these pictures, you know, are just a demonstration of much of the complaints that followed immediately after, from April to May, to June, to July, as the Peak District National Park in specific started reopening to an extent, because in summer the COVID pandemic spike started to decrease just a little bit, and the government obviously started different economic campaigns to try and get the economy going. So these pictures, many of the locals are not particularly proud of. And in fact, there were comments about, you know, how do we hide this particular imagery? Because of course, this is not what will attract in the future the traditional visitors to the Peak District, the ones that are educated, the ones that are, you know, fairly affluent and maybe middle-aged, that they come from neighboring destinations, a neighboring county, they have experience and they know how to use it. And even those ones of recreation, you know, the climbers, the mountain bikers, the BMXers, the cavers, there's all sorts of other groups that technically they consider themselves not particularly mainstream, but they follow their own particular codes and norms of behavior. So much of these, I guess, commentaries that lamented the degradation of the site, in reality, what they very much commented about and openly questioned is the perceived lack of stewardship and respect of what they often called the fragile environment, which was systematically demonstrated by what they called new visitors. But in so doing, they also further problematized the role that tourism altogether and visitors altogether should play in the context of a national park. Now, many of these visitors linked these impacts to visitors' limited sense of nature connectedness. Some of them, they pointed out complete misunderstanding of norms of environmental behavior. There were huge discussions in relation to their understanding of the countryside code. They don't know how to behave, therefore, what do you expect from them? Many of them were, some of the locals were actually almost understanding in a sense of, well, if they are unaware, what do you expect? So there were different strands in these discussions, often originated and coordinated by a post, maybe on Facebook or Twitter, by the Peak Park Authority or one of the local authorities. They coalesced in there, and tourists every now and then, or visitor will post something, but this is not the place where normal visitors' responses will be found. Nonetheless, these comments became really, I guess, the playground of media, and across the national level and international, media have had a fantastic Christmas come early, because you could have
Sorry, Iride, for interrupting. I must politely and carefully give you a time signal. So if you want to have some more time for this.
How much do I have?
Minutes?
Say it again, sorry, Christian. 5 minutes, perfect, I'm almost done. So this is what happened. From the other side, and this is where the comments that the visitors came, most of the comments of the visitors were within national parks and on the National Park Authority website and face page. Many of them actually lamented, and from a visitor point of view, their own entitlement and ownership rights. And I remember reading, and it's not necessarily this, but I think the point in a case in point is the comment that you can see. I live 30 minutes away. It's my county. So I don't live within technically the boundaries of within a town or a village of the national park, but why would I not be there? It's my right too. And I'm only doing it for physical well-being and mental well-being too. And they were time and again in this particular pages and spaces of encounter, they found that also arguments will be never ending. So why does it matter? And this is very briefly, and I could go on, but I did warn you that I could go on forever and ever and ever. Now, despite the majority of conflicts being most evident during the initial stages of COVID-19 pandemic, and as such, inevitably context-specific and temporal-specific, this particular example usefully evidenced the fragility of current tourism management strategies that exist at the moment within the UK, but there's an argument that these discussions are applicable to all sorts of national parks. We are witnessing at the moment the arrival of newer visitor typologies that we have very little understanding of. And as the effects of the pandemic are still continuing, but simultaneously as we are starting to have an increased societal understanding of the linkages between tourism, health and well-being at an open mass level, and as we are increasingly being pushed by larger institutions at all level, global, macro and micro level, to engage in natural parks or natural environments. Now, the role the protected areas and national parks, or a park like the Peak District, will play in the future will be even more critical to understand it. Yet the argument is that at the moment, we all know it, the national parks have been pretty much busy in being reactive, and they also are very much fragmented realities. And in the context of the Peak District, there's quite a lot of sensitivities and stakeholders to deal with, including local population that often feels excluded, but they technically are a major resident stakeholder in the park. So issues of visitor understanding and visitor typologies are complex, and normally peak park authorities don't have a lot of money. However, we are, and I think Professor Boalis mentioned it today, this morning, and this is my final note, we are given an opportunity. We are at a crossroads. We should not really ask what we can do for tourism, but we technically should ask what tourism can do for us, for the world, for a national park. We are being given an opportunity now to engage in new visitor profiling, to really explore what really matters for a local point of view, for various stakeholders' point of view, and indeed for visitors' point of views. There are issues of ownership, there are issues of access, there are important issues of scarcity and resources. So I guess these things matter. And I am, in a sense, at the end of my presentation. It's only through further research, and I don't mean to have found the answers of the world, I only meant to highlight some issues, but I guess it's only through further research, which we hopefully will continue to the next stage, that we will be continuing to, I guess, remain advocates of our fantastic national parks. And that's it. Thank you. Sorry, I talked too much.
Thank you, Erida. Perfect. You're still perfectly in time. Sorry for being impolite as a part of my role of the moderator. Thank you for giving us this description and analysis of a dramatic situation that we also faced, of course, very similar to that in Bavaria, very close to our university here at the Bavarian Forest. We already have some questions in the chat. First, Ottilia Radu, can you explain what are the restrictions in the protected area?
Hi, Ottilia. Yes. So when we talk about protected areas, obviously protected areas has a lot of categories. Here I'm focusing fundamentally to category 2 national parks. But even when we talk about national parks, there's various designation, and it depends very much, was a national park in the US or in Canada or in Germany or in Europe is very different from the UK. So in relation to, for example, the Peak District National Park, there are heavy regulations in relation to the type of buildings that you can have. So at the very simple trivial level, if you want to extend your house, you have to put a very lengthy planning permission, which normally is the case that is rejected. There are also issues in terms of tourism development. Anything that is a new, say, a cafe or a particular visitor attraction will also be subjected to multiple planning permissions and also local scrutinies. We work very much on involving local populations that can object to any particular form of development. There are also form of restrictions in terms of existing industries. So when I say that tourism is only one industry, we also have quarrying, for example, active quarrying. We in the Peak District, that is quarrying limestone, gritstone, and all sorts of stones that exist from the past. But licenses are far and few, and there are operating quarries and companies, but not new licenses really are granted, because obviously what they don't want to do is continue degrading the environment. But the licenses that exist, they do work, and obviously as you're driving through the peak and you are a tourist or a visitor, it is not uncommon to see a lorry that is shipping away. There's a lot of other restrictions in terms of, from a tourism point of view. We run with the countryside code, and whilst it is obviously, there are some legal requirements whereby you should not be parking in places that are not designated on double yellow lines, otherwise you will get fined, though technically it's a national park. So how big is the national park, and what are the chances that the police will find you? So there's a lot of bad behavior. But there's also other restrictions you should, in terms of normative behavior. The code will say that you should not be, for example, litter. You should, respect the local environment, and so on and so forth. You should try and keep to the trail, limited, obviously, trail erosion, and do not have your dogs off the lead, because they can technically affect the cattle, the cows, sheep, and etc. It is a farming park, so there's a lot of issues in terms. So I'm not sure whether I dealt with this, but.
Thank you. We have another question from my colleague Sebastian Markov. Thank you for the interesting actual insight to the national parks, maybe apart from Corona, just currently because of Corona. Some time ago, Mr. Ellison from London National Park City gave an interesting presentation and also interesting insight thought for the future. We don't have to get out of the city into nature, but bring nature into the city as a national park. How do you basically see this initiative as well as this idea thought itself?
I, from a cultural geography point of view, and I think this is an excellent idea, and this is part of the government initiatives of there has been since obviously the easing of the pandemic, and multiple initiatives and policies that have come. At the moment, we have a series of green policies that are aimed exactly very much at build Britain back better, or something along those lines. I do apologize, I'm not as sexy as Boris Johnson, but there's a series of policies that are aimed at actually exactly what your colleague was saying, bringing nature within and reconfiguring landscapes of urban areas. This is, I tend to be a little bit more cynical. It depends on who is driving these policies, whether these are policies that are driven. I think my colleague earlier on talked about top-down and bottom-up approach. It is inevitable that these particular policies right here, right now, are heavily politically influenced. And but they are admirable in a sense that they are starting to get the conversation going. And there have been, not just simply in the UK, across the world, that links into major discussions of UN, WTO, etc., in terms of sustainability, and using this moment to review, re-envisage, redesign our encounters, not just simply with national parks, but everything that we do in life. I think that these particular initiatives are worth exploring further. I don't think they are only typical of London. They are, and I guess this will be my very biased perspective, they are slightly politicized at the moment, but in principle, I think they are excellent idea, and not just simply for educating visitors or locals, but also for enabling really the beginning of that dialogue of the countryside or national parks should really be for all. What I haven't told you, and very briefly, countryside are for everybody in the UK. But I think I mentioned it earlier on, in the context, for example, of the Peak District, the majority of people that come, traditional visitors that came before pandemic, are very affluent, middle class, and university level educated people. Many are retired. So there are larger issues here, and many of these issues are also in relation to obviously where you are and your understanding, your cultural understanding and fears of engaging with the countryside. So Sebastian, I think in principle is a great idea.
Many thanks. Thank you, Eride, for your presentation, for your insights, for answering and discussing also the questions from the audience. I think we could discuss longer, for hours probably, to get more insight. However, we have a strict timetable, and I therefore would like to come to our next and last presentation for this session. And I would like to give the stage to 3 presenters. First of all, Professor Katarina Wolczek, professor at European Campus here and member of the board and director for marketing at the International Federation for IT and Travel and Tourism. And as a head of our Digi Health and E-Tourism Lab, she perfectly combines the competences in the field of digital transformation, smart tourism, experience design, and innovation management. Second presenter is Dimitrios Athanasopoulos, our lab engineer in the Smart Tourism Lab. With a sound background in tourism, he helps us to close the gap between academic research and practical implementation in the field of smart tourism. And Celso Brito, master graduate of international tourism development, and he will give us some insights into his ambitious master project. And the stage is yours now with your presentation. Share your real experience assessing tourist negative emotions towards authentic food with self-report and physiological response methods. Please.
Thank you very much, Christian, for a fantastic introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Most of you have already seen me, probably Dimitrios, my colleague, and I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to continue this topic of technologies and the way how technologies can support travel businesses in these difficult times. So starting from the morning, we've been talking that there are more and more opportunities coming for academia and for travel businesses, for destination management organization to understand what is going on with tourists, to sense their environment, to understand where they are, what they do, and what they feel. And this is really important because, you know, anyone who have ever dealt with research, people forget, people don't recollect something. People sometimes don't share real experiences because they are polite, and if something bad happens, they don't always tell them. Sometimes people don't really understand that they experience something, but then their overall value is lost. So I'm really happy to have an opportunity to share a little bit more of the contemporary opportunities, how tourist experiences, including emotional experience, can be not only requested from tourists, but also measured with technologies. And me and my team, Celso, who is, by the way, now starting his PhD at the University of Aveiro in Portugal, we will show you how these sensors can be used on the example of the study that analyzed tourists' negative emotions when looking at food. So imagine that we are in a restaurant looking at the menu. Imagine that we are travel businesses creating an advertisement or banners to attract people to destination to try something really authentic, unique, natural, and local. How can we understand whether it's really valuable for them, whether they experience something positive or whether it's not that good for them? So Celso, would you please start?
Yes, should I share my screen? Moment, let me try. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me try to organize this window here. Let me see how this works. Just a moment. Technology.
Works perfectly.
Yeah. So let me come back. So thank you, Professor Wolczek, and Good afternoon, everyone. And I'll try to be brief in this introduction to save time to us show you the technology and the result we got from this study. As Professor Wojciech already mentioned it, we are going to present this topic based in some result of a study that we conducted in the DG Health and the Smart Tourism Lab at the Deggendorf, at the European campus in Hotel in Pfarrkirchen. And this study is part of my master thesis project. The main topic of our presentation is about the use of smart technology to enable new research method based on neurophysiological observation. This is the topic of our presentation. And to do this, we conducted a study, as I mentioned it, using physiological response to evaluate how German respondents react to authentic foods that are considered exotic for their culture. So this is the main topic of our presentation. In the context of tourism, our study is on tourism experience. And as you know, tourism activity demand experiences that are advanced or authentic experience that are memorable, that are inspiring and unique. And to deliver this type of experience that tourism demand, a series of activity, non-standardized activity are performed. So we visit place, we explore culture, we try exotic food. And as a result of this activity, we should promote one outstanding, one authentic experience. The question here is basically how to evaluate this experience, how to understand the way tourists feel about this experience. This is the challenge in this process of creating an inspiring and unique experience in tourism, is how to evaluate this experience. And assessing experience in tourism is a challenging task for a series of reasons. If you look, for example, just in the conceptual or the concept of experience, in fact, the concept of experience is really broad. Different discipline has different concept or conceptualize experience differently. However, we bring this definition here. I'm not going to read all this definition for you, but I highlight some specific, some relevant point in this definition that give us an idea how challenging it is evaluate experience, because tourism experience is considered something subjective and personal. This means each one of us feel experience differently. Experience has a duration and also happen in an extended process. It happened pre-travel, during the travel, and post-travel. So when you're evaluating experience during tourist activity, means that the preparation or the expectation for this experience may impact the result we have during this trip. Another thing is this experience is related to a specific context. So experience is related to a specific moment. So to measure, to evaluate experience, you have to be clear exactly what you want to measure and experience in relation to what you want to measure. And in this process, when you have this interaction and we promote this experience, you have emotional response. So we gain knowledge, we increase our skill, and we have the desired result that you have a long-term memory of this experience. Additionally, when you look to the way how to access experience, we observe that some aspect of the experience can be explained or can be interpreted. You can give a meaning to this aspect. And this aspect can be evaluating using self-report method. The part of the experience that you are able to talk about or to interpret it, we can assess using self-report method. However, some aspect of the experience, our memory does not retain. You just forgot some aspect, as Professor Wojciech say, or some aspect remain subconscious. We are not aware about this aspect of the experience. And in this case, self-report method are not able to access or evaluate the aspect of experience that you are not able to express. And this is the point where our study is focused. And thanks to the technological development, nowadays you have some smart technology that allow us to conduct neurophysiological observation in real time and to track this subconscious reaction that we have during an experience process. And so this is a possibility to fulfill this gap or to answer this open question. So this technology, this technique are not new. However, the technological development has made these tools accessible in terms of price and also portable. You can use in different situations, and this is a good thing because we can develop or design different methodological approach using this technology. So based on this scenario, the main objective of our study was to identify a practical framework, a practical methodological approach to evaluate how tourists react when in contact with authentic food or exotic food that are considered perceived as exotic food and culture. This was the main objective of this study. As a theoretical background that we take into consideration to conduct this study, we understand that physiologically we perceive experience via our interaction to the environment. So via our sensation, our vision, our smell, our taste, we perceive the environment, and in this interaction we have experience. And this experience has two different dimensions. Has a dimension that is emotional or non-cognitive, non-rational, and one dimension or one component that is cognitive, that is rational. Again, this component of the experience that are emotional or not conscious, we are not able to assess using self-report method in an interview, or at least it's really difficult to assess this emotional component using an interview or a questionnaire. The cognitive aspect, okay, it's possible to assess when you interview, when you use a questionnaire. And the result of one experience, the outcome of one experience basically is change in our attitude, in our behavior, in give us a memory of this experience. Based on this theoretical background that we developed our theoretical framework for this study. As I said, we try to evaluate how tourists react to exotic food. So our environmental stimuli that we used to trigger this experience was the food, was the image of the food. And via the sense, vision, and hearing, in this case, we use image of foods. So basically the main sense that the tourist or the respondent used was the vision. And this perception generates the experience. One reaction that are emotional, and in this case we use physiological response method to try to evaluate this emotional reaction, and the reaction that are cognitive, the interpretation or the meaning that this respondent gave to the experience, we use self-report method. We conduct an interview to evaluate, and we try to understand the general attitude of this respondent related to this food, and if they remember the experience, and if they are willing to try this experience based on this reaction. So the main question, or the research question that guided us in this investigation, was how do German respondents or German culture emotionally react to food that are considered exotic to their culture? And also, how can this data, or the physiological data based on physiological response, supplement self-report technique, if it's possible to combine these two types of data and have a better understanding of the experience? This was the question that guided us in this study. For that, we conducted one controlled experiment in the, as I said, in the lab at the university in European campus, using image of exotic food. And we controlled the cultural background. We worked with a single cultural background, just German people that was born in Germany or that live in Germany for a long time, because you know that the cultural background interfere in the way you are accepting or rejecting food. We worked with people over 18 years old. We did not control occupation and educational level and also previous experience, but we worked with a valid sample with 15, minimum 15 respondents. In this case, our study had 22 respondents. And we select 5 different food from different parts of the world based on the way this food appear in different travel blogs, and also based on the visual aspect of this food. And this was the food that we used in this experiment. The first one was guinea pig, is authentic food from some countries in South America, basically Peru and Ecuador. The other was tarantula. Fried tarantula is a typical food in some Asia countries, but also in some countries in Africa, you can find this type of authentic food. Another food was balut, that is a bird fetus. In this case, is a duck fetus, is a boiled bird fetus that people are eating in some Asia countries. And pesabs, that is a seafood typical from Europe, some country here in Europe, for instance, Portugal and Spain, they are eating this type of seafood. And the last one was worms, and this one is coconut worm. It's typical from some Asia country, but also in South America, for instance, in Brazil, you can eat this type of authentic food. This was the food that we present in this experiment. And at the same time, we were using facial expression, eye tracking, and galvanic skin response simultaneously to capture the emotional reaction that the tourist had watching this presentation. And now I hope I could give you a short idea about this work, and I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I will, let me see, I will hand over the presentation to my colleague Dimitri, that is going to present you the technology we use in this research. Dimitri.
Well, thank you, Celso. Thank you for the brief. I'm very excited to be here and assist you with your presentation. We spent about, I would say, a good month gathering information and data from various participants. And as Celso has said, we had 3 different distinct types of technologies that we use to capture information. One of them was facial recognition technology, the other one was eye tracking, and the third one was GSR. So let's start a little bit about facial recognition technology. I mean, the essence of the whole thing is mainly to encapsulate emotions, to understand what the participant is feeling at any given moment. So in our daily lives, the way we interact, we pay attention, the way we form memories, everything is happening from emotions, and most of it is happening from the way we move our facial muscles. So the way when we laugh, when we cry, when we feel surprised or scared, what happens with facial expressions from our lips, our eyes, from our nostrils, our eyebrows, from the whole mouth and the jaw. It kind of helps us to get an idea of what the person thinks and feels on any given moment. And nowadays, computer-based facial expression recognition has went very high. It can mimic and understand the movements in a very impressive level, and it can help us to capture emotional responses through emotionally engaging content. So in this case, the photos that Celso has showed you. This can be simply captured by a webcam in front of us. Most of the laptops are equipped with HD camera. We had a full HD 1080 camera. So it has very clear and crispy image. And from that, the iMotion software, which Katerina will show you in a minute, can analyze these expressions and along with other sensor data, well, I'm gonna show you in a second, can get a clear indication of what this person is feeling at any given moment. So next one was the eye tracking. So to understand what people see and what influence their emotions at any given time. So eye tracking is basically a process of measuring the eye movement to understand what they look at, when they look at, and for how long they look at something. We mainly use two types of technologies. One of them is these glasses from Toby, which these glasses over here have a camera, so we can see what the participant is looking at any given moment. And in the back, it has 4 sensors, 2 on each eye, which throw infrared lighting, and by its reflection, we can understand what the person is looking at any time. What we used in this experiment was this one, which is the Toby Pro Nano, which goes underneath the monitor. So in this case, a laptop screen. And it basically has infrared, it emits infrared light into the project eyes and records the direction and the reflection of the cornea. So yeah, through very advanced algorithms, the iMotion software can calculate the position of the eye and its focal length. So for how long were you looking at any point? And the last one was the GSR. The GSR, which stands for galvanic skin response, which is this one right here. So we basically, very simply, put it in our hand over here. So it doesn't bother us at any moment. It feels like wearing a watch. It's kind of an electrodermal activity. It understands the changes in the sweat gland activity, which is a result of our emotional state or our emotional arousal. For example, by seeing something that maybe bothers you, or you feel happy, or you feel sad about, or remorse. So this happens by these little sensors over here, that go underneath the finger, and it can understand the conductivity of the skin, and it can measure at any moment how much sweat do we increase from that. And the last part is this sensor over here, which goes on the finger or on the earlobe, and we can measure the heart rate. So with the combination of all those 3 sensors combined, we can get a very accurate idea of what this person is feeling in any moment. I hope I give you a very clear understanding of the background of the experiment. And now I'm going to give the floor to Professor Volcek, which is going to show you how the software works. I'm going to start sharing the screen. And I am...
Thank you very much, Dimi. Can you see my screen now? Super. So yes, just to give you some taste, instead of overloading you with lots of numbers at the end of the day, what I would like to do first is just to give you a taste how these data from neurological body response, how it can look like. So here you can see the visualized analysis. So of course, behind there is the analysis of multiple high frequencies data signals, which can be cleaned manually and analyzed manually, or it's also possible to apply the existing algorithm rules that will basically help and speed up the process of analysis. So basically, that's what we've been doing, and what Chelsea and what Dimi have been showing to you. Here, actually, we had a pleasure to do a pilot with our current moderator, Professor Christian Steckenbauer. So he kindly agreed to pose for this experiment just to demonstrate you how it might work. So what you see here is basically the photo the participants were exposed to, plus you will see in a second how camera or facial expression analysis works, and the result of the tracked emotions. So basically, I will launch the recorded data right now, and you will be able to see that. That's what we've been combining. So you can see the eye tracking technology showing where exactly the gaze was at these pictures. So at the photo of the picture, you see the moving circles. This is where exactly the eyes, the pupils of the person, of the participants looked at. On the picture below, you see the face of the participants captured by the camera with a range of white dots. So basically, this is AI technology that captures the features of the face and tracks how they change and interprets the emotions. And on the left-hand side, what you can see is actually the result of a combination of emotions. So if we go from the upper part to the bottom, so you can see the proportion of anger, contempt, disgust, fear, joy, sadness, and surprise, which belong to 7 basic emotions, which are natural to us, almost independent from our culture. So it's the basic reactions which are very difficult to train, to ignore. And then what you can see here as well is emotional peaks, so the arousal, emotional arousal of human body. So how you can use this data? For example, if you want to identify if something in tourist products, for example, in menu, triggers, let's say, anger. So we can look at the anger and see if there is a peak here. There is one here. So we can stop the record exactly at the space where the peak of anger was detected and see where exactly a participant looked at that very second, at that very moment. And you can see that the participant at this point was exploring the body particles of this poor guinea pig. And you can see what else have been happening inside the body and the brain of this person. So basically you can see that the person felt a little bit of anger, contempt, a little bit of fear. And importantly, the person has just started relaxing from some emotional peak. So probably this anger was not that strong in this case. For managers, do we need to apply this? Do we need to quickly change the menu because there was some kind of anger without an emotional peak? Probably not. Or vice versa, we can start interpreting this data depending on what we are looking for. Let's say from the point of emotional peaks, where really people started feeling some strong emotion. For example, here, if we go back, we can see that there was something happening with the person. So people started feeling emotional. And if we start looking exactly where the eyes were, again, it's the head of this poor fried guinea pig. At the same time, we can see that the person started experiencing a little bit of anger, a little bit of contempt, and huge disgust, and a little bit of fear, and a little bit of surprise. So basically, this is how the data of these sensors might look like. You can get absolutely raw data and analyze it manually, or of course you can benefit from contemporary technologies and automatic analytical or visualization techniques. And basically what is wonderful in terms of incorporating these technologies is that they allow to receive much more reliable findings than in case we only looked at self-report techniques. For example, here in this experiment, we asked the participants, after they have seen all these 5 types of authentic meals, what they really feel and if they really want to try it if they travel. So you can see, so basically the participants said that it's unlikely that they would try this food, and they highlighted themselves that they felt surprised, disgusted, there was a little bit of contempt. So these are the 3 basic emotions that the participants themselves shared with us in the interviews. However, if you start looking at the reasons why they started sharing it, actually there is not that much insights for management, because the reasons for trying meals and not trying meals actually very similar to those that they named for actually building that experience. So they said that the good thing is that it's something new, they were curious to see, they would be curious to try it, it's something different from another culture or country, it's interesting appearance. However, the same reasons for some participants acted as triggers not to try, not to engage with the food. And the way how it looked like, the way how they would imagine it would feel like and taste like actually prevented them from any intention to try. But as we started discussing, as Chelsea started explaining, and you all know as experts, self-report techniques, they might forget something, they might miss something, tourists might not share some of the things. So we started looking actually at what they felt. And I would like to share with you only 2 examples out of 5, because in the first case with the guinea pig, actually most of the participants say that they will very likely try it. And with the case of balut, the reaction was absolutely opposite one. So this is what you can get out of this data. If we look at what exactly tourists were attracted by which things, you can see that they actually have been attracted by these fetus inside the egg. So the whole attention was on the egg itself and on the fetus instead of all other details of the photos. Among the things they named, they liked is basically the interest, cultural interest, and the exotic nature of this food. However, they also named that the appearance was not very attractive, and ethical component prevented them from trying. And if we look at emotions, they kind of reconfirm these, because you can see here, for example, that they have experienced rather strong emotional peaks. So in comparison to other pictures, they have experienced strong emotion, and actually the camera recognized a combination of emotion, which is disgust, sadness, anger, and joy as well. So interesting in a way, confirming what they have told in the interviews, but also highlighting that there is a joy in this combination. There is something they haven't shared with us that much. Or if we look at this guinea pig, which they wanted to try, you can see that the attention is actually driven to different things. So first, it's the food itself, the meal, but not the whole meal, but just the head of this poor fried guinea pig, and also the facial expression, the mouth of the person who is ready to try this. So the attention is triggered by two different things, and people started sharing that they might actually want to try it, and they would be interesting because it looks also rather exotic but not scary, as in first time, that it should feel similar like a normal pig. And the feedback was quite positive. However, a few people actually said, no, we don't try because we don't eat meat, but we don't know if it's true or if it was a polite response, no, we don't want to. And if we look at the combination of emotions they have experienced here, basically it also somehow reconfirms the responses and eye tracking data, because here they experience multiple peaks. So there were several things that triggered that strong emotion. And among this emotion, most of the strongest emotion that prevailed was joy and a little bit of sadness, but no disgust, no fear, no anger, as in the first case. So basically, I will stop overloading you with too much of data because the time is running. So basically, you can see that only self-report techniques, they provide a general overview, but there are multiple limitations which are well known and well discussed for decades. Using only physiological response is not yet reliable, because making conclusion based on only eye tracking data or only based on this combination of emotion is still also not enough, because it's difficult to explain why people felt something like that, what exactly happened. But together, when we combined the data from interviews, from eye tracking, looking where exactly people were looking at, if they were really attracted by things they've been describing, and then basically looking what they felt at this moment. Was it a positive group of emotions and something negative? Was it strong or was it mild or maybe never present? It's possible to compile much more comprehensive understanding of the real experience that tourists had, which is something that the industry is looking for. We need reliable information to make decisions. In this case, imagine that it's a menu, or it's an advertisement, or if it's a website that invites people to join, what kind of picture do we show? What kind of photo we don't want to show to people, not to make them scared or disgusted. So application of these technologies basically provides us researchers and businesses with fantastic opportunities to make the findings more reliable. So basically that's all from our side. We are happy to answer your questions.
Many thanks for this presentation, Katarina, Celso, Dimitrios. Thank you for taking me as an example for the project, and more thanks that you didn't take the example with the big spider, in my reaction on that. So, do we have questions from the auditory? If not, then I would like to start with one question from my side. You showed us these techniques, these technologies for measurement, and this combination of research methods in an application case that is interesting for tourism, an interesting showcase. If you now would combine these methods with the main topic of our symposium, nature tourism, outdoor tourism, health and well-being in natural settings. Katharina, what do you think, where could there be application cases? What will be our next steps to use this equipment for mixed methods approaches?
Thanks for the question. Indeed, so the advantage of these technologies is that they currently provide much more insights. However, it's also important to highlight that application of those sensors, it depends on the context, on the situation. And our body reacts to multiple stimuli. For example, if it's too cold or if it's too hot, our feelings would be different. But moreover, there are some cases where the technology might not give us really accurate results. For example, skin conductance shows the emotional arousal. So basically, if I'm excited, my skin gets a little bit wet, or if I'm too scared as well. But imagine that it's raining or it's getting colder, and comparing this data among participants inside or outside might give absolutely different results. So I would say that the advantage and application of these technologies is at this point, or let me say of this combination of sensors we use, at this point is really advantages in the laboratory conditions, which means that in case of nature-based tourism, it's possible to recreate or simulate the environment. For example, as we did with the photos, participants can be exposed to photos, videos, virtual reality, holograms of the objects they would see in a nature-based tourism, for example, in the forest or in a hiking track. So at this point, application might be almost unlimited. It might be tourist experience on the site, but simulated in a lab environment. It might be their interactions with tourist products. It might be usability of the website and many, many more. The good thing, the good news, and that's something we have learned today, if someone have attended also the workshop by the software developers of this platform, there are more and more newer solutions that actually allow to use more sensor outside. And the signal together provides quite a comprehensive understanding what people have been doing, and to clean the data, to make sure that, let's say, physical activity does not interfere into emotional data. So there are more and more opportunities coming. They're already here. And I'm just wondering what we will be able to do in a couple of years.
Thank you. So we are expecting a lot of more exciting application in research projects from the Smart Tourism and Digi Health Lab at the European Campus. Thank you, Katharina.
Thank you.
Bini and Celso. So I may close this session. We continue in 5 minutes at 4 p.m. at the Resilience Auditorium with the last session for today and the presentations of two interesting and important publication opportunities. See you in 5 minutes in the other room.